So it looks like we're live, so I'll call the meeting to order and I'll look for a roll call from my clerks, please.
Welcome to the August 25th, 2025 council meeting. We'll begin with roll call of council. Mayor Clark.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
Present.
Councillor Snetch.
Present.
Councillor Fisher.
Present.
Councillor Tuyu.
Present.
Councillor Goff.
Present.
Councillor Bell.
Present.
Thank you. We have quorum.
This meeting is being streamed live on the Township of Ramara YouTube channel. Be advised that by attending a public meeting of the Council of the Township of Ramara, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and will form a part of the public record. The chair, CAO, and/or clerk have the discretion and authority to terminate or interrupt the live streaming in exceptional circumstances where the content of debate is considered inappropriate to be published. Thank you.
And we did roll call, correct? I already gapped out on that. So I'll look for the approval of the agenda motion. Go ahead, Rebecca.
So that the council agenda dated August 25th, 2025 be adopted as amended to include an on-desk report from the CAO during closed session regarding closed session item 10.2.1, report AD 1925, potential litigation matter, legal advice. Councillor.
Okay, can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Fisher. We may have to play around with the times in camera. So I know the agenda says one thing, it's whenever the lawyers are available. So while we're in camera, we may have to flip what order we deal with the items in, just letting council know that. If there's no other questions on the agenda, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Do I have a disclosure of pecuniary interest? Any member of council, Councillor Fisher?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll have to disclose on item 11.4.1 as I'm an active member at the Breckenmara Legion Branch 488.
Yes, you, and please remember to fill out the forms online.
I did,
That
yeah.
is a requirement of the municipal act. Councillor Bell?
I may have to recuse. I don't know, because I don't know what the litigation matter is that's in the closed session. So all I can do right now is say potentially I'm
Okay.
recusing at that point.
Thank you. We will wait and see at that time. Do I have announcements? Yes, I do have some announcements. So I better start off here. I've got, on August 11th, I was joined by Councillors Goff, Fisher, and Councillors Tuyu. Councillors Goff, Councillor Fisher, and Councillor Tuyu, along with staff and the Ferrite Simcoe Pride to raise the Intersex Progress Pride flag, proclaiming August 4th to August 15th, 2025 as Ferrite Simcoe Pride in Ramara. This year marks the 14th annual Pride season for Ferrite Simcoe Pride. The Fall Recreation Guide, a reminder to residents that the Fall Recreation Guide is now available online at www.ramara.ca/recreation, and registration is underway. Also, as we wrap up the last week of summer, a big thank you to our recreation team and the camp counselors for their enthusiasm and hard work on making the summer a great experience for the many children who joined the camps. And on healthcare, the township is committed to supporting health and well-being of our community and is working with Good Doctors Clinic and the Couchiching, Ontario and family health teams to provide services to residents. There are several options for residents looking for care if you do not have a primary care physician, including the Good Doctors Medical Clinic in Ramara, which provides telemedicine services with on-site nursing support at the Mara Medical Center. And we got some musical accompaniment by Councillor David Snutch for our meeting today. The Couchiching Ontario Health Team is an unattached clinic in Aurelia and the Central Regional Virtual Urgent Care Clinic. And you can call or get online help to Health 811. Residents without primary care physicians should also register for the Couchiching Family Physician and Nurse Practitioner Wait List, which is a local initiative to match the unattached patients with primary care and providers in our regions. And for full details on these services and how to access them, go to www.ramara.ca/healthcare. And also, I was at the powwow for the Chippewas of Rama, August 23rd for the grand opening. I believe Councillor Fisher and Councillor Tuyu were in attendance. we actually sat that, Counselor two, you marched in, the rest of us, we sat in the booth that they had set up for us, but so didn't have to dance. Good, because many of us had injuries. And on the same day, Counselor Snutch and myself, along with the mayor and deputy mayor and some of the councillors of Severn, were at the Washego Art Show auction, which was well received. And I encourage anybody that wants to see local art, like the prices this stuff is selling for, it's some beautiful artwork. You'd pay much more for just a screen of artwork that you'd buy at Winners or one of those stores. Get up to that art gallery, and because the items that didn't sell are actually on display there. And I'm already having buyer's remorse because there was one I really, really liked and I didn't bid on it because Judith wanted it and it bothered me all night. So don't miss an opportunity to buy some wonderful artwork. Councilor members, Councilor Tuyu.
Thank you. On July 31st, we had our inaugural Climate Action Committee meeting. And it was really such an honor to sit with such an amazing group of experts in their field. And I'm really looking forward to the work we're going to do together. And it's not coming a minute too soon in this year of extreme weather events. Yes, the powwow, I'd like to congratulate Ram on their 40th anniversary doing the powwow. As always, it's an amazing event to attend. On August 24th. Oh, that was yesterday. Miss Eileen Kronk, our award-winning senior out in Ramona, had her 80th birthday party, and the hall was packed and full of good wishes and good times. So happy birthday, Eileen.
Good roasted pig. Yeah, definitely happy birthday
Yes,
to Eileen. She's a hardworking volunteer up at the Ramona Hall. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. I think we have to remember that we also went to AMO to conference. Many member council, I think almost all of us made it to AMO at conferences along with our CAO. We had a few delegations while we were there, got to network with other municipalities, find out what's working for them, what might not be working for them, and just an all around good time. Meet vendors, come up with some new ideas, perhaps technologies that we might be able to utilize in our community. Another thing that happened last month, since our last meeting, is the golf tournament for Sylvan Glen. I got to participate in that. And that was a good time, and of course made it back over to the Beach Association over there and had some homemade pizza in the stone pizza oven, and really enjoyed our time there, and of course at the powwow. So I'm not going to repeat going on about that as well.
Thank you. It was actually at one of the conferences where Councillor Heatherton met Good Doctors, and now I mentioned it in my opening remarks. That's why I pointed out they've been a great asset to this community and somebody we just met at a conference and brought here. Deputy Mayor.
Good, yeah. People cover most things. A couple other things that weren't mentioned were the Lagoon City Marina has now been taken back over by the company, and they've invested quite a bit of money, and they've done a good job at making some improvements. So we were there for the ribbon cutting. As well, the same day we raced over and the Centurions had their bike rally, and they were actually raising some money for sick kids, which was great. A great cause, a great turnout. So that's it for me.
Thank you for reminding me of that. Yeah, this is, I think, their fourth or fifth ride, or no, I think it's maybe seven. Yes, seven. They've raised over $150,000 now for Sick Kids Hospital. So it's a great event, and the Legion is now the host when they run this event. So again, it was a great ride. Any down the Councillor Goff, or? Yeah.
I was just going to comment on the Centurion Motorcycle Club bike ride, and you've already taken the thunder away about with how much they've raised. I haven't heard what they raised this year, but they had upwards of 250 motorcycles that had signed up to actually do the run this year. So
and there's folks come up from the States too. So there's a lot of support come up from the US side for raising money. And again, in turn, the Centurions here will go down and ride to raise money for their hospitals as well. So it's a great partnership between our two countries. And yes, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bell, Councillor Goff, and myself were there to cut the ribbon and send them on their way. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. We haven't met for a while, so I think we've missed the Ramara Historical Society yesterday's celebration, because that was July 26th. So I think most of us were there at some point through the day. I was late for the opening, but I was there later in the day. And then on that day, also the Performance Boat Club was at Lagoon City Marina. So they raise funds for veterans. So there was those two events. I was at all those other events as well. And unfortunately, this weekend I had to send regrets. I have an ailing family member, so I wasn't able to attend the powwow, unfortunately, but I got to live vicariously. And then the one thing I do want to mention is we have two things coming up with regard to the Lagoon City Terry Fox Run. So this weekend we have the car wash, and I just want to flip over here and make sure I give you the right time. I think it starts at 8 o'clock in the morning. And and it goes till 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So it's a great opportunity to support the Lagoon City Terry Fox Run, which is approaching 40 years. So it's something to really be proud of. And then the run itself begins at the Lagoon City Community Center on the 14th, registration at 9, start time at 10. And then P-Meal, camaraderie, and this year, the folks at the run are hoping to make it the biggest one ever. So they're issuing a challenge to the rest of Ramara's communities to come on down from whatever corner you're coming from and join us for the run. Please walk, wheel, run, whatever's best for you.
So a lot going on and a lot happened in the last month. And thank you, council, for reminding me of the ones that I actually forgot. So with that, I will get back to our agenda, and we have some public special meetings. We have none, but we do have a deputation. Our first one, we have two deputations today. The first one is Ryan Dubé from Atura Power and Lucas Reindler from Bright Diamond Consulting regarding an update. So come on up, gentlemen, whenever you're ready. Push the button in the center and it'll light up red when it's on.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council. As noted, we're here today to provide an update on the Gamebridge Solar Project. My name is Ryan Dubé. I am representing Atura Power. And with me is Lucas Reindler from Bright Diamond Consulting, who's been supporting us with stakeholder engagement as well as municipal outreach. So we're here today to request your support for, as well as provide an update on the Gamebridge Solar Project, which is intended to contribute to Ontario's clean energy future. So I'll flip to the next slide. So a lot of this is information we would have reviewed in our first previous deputation, but I'll provide a quick refresher. So Atura Power is a wholly owned subsidiary of Ontario Power Generation and owns and operates Ontario's largest fleet of combined cycle gas turbines. Our portfolio also includes BESS and hydrogen, and we're an experienced owner and operator with a proven ability to deliver large-scale energy projects. So our battery project is being delivered through the expedited long-term one process, and we're also delivering the Napanee Station extension through the LT1 process. Next slide, please. So we would have already gone over a lot of these stats here, but I'll just point out that beyond being an energy provider, Atura Power is a good community partner and a well-resourced company that's ultimately accountable to Ontarians. Next slide, please. So here we see an update to the project layout. So the project is sited on land adjacent to a quarry. The land is owned by James Dick Construction, and the rights are held through an option to lease. The land is low quality soil with low agricultural use, and we're targeting to use approximately 120 acres on the north end of the site for our solar panel layout. The grid connection would be along Concession Road 1 towards Highway 12, where we'll be seeking to connect directly to the distribution system. So that would provide the sort of grid access and feasibility for this project, and is one of the drivers for selecting this site. Another thing that I'll note here is that there'll be further opportunity to engage on the layout as we work through the REA renewable energy approval process, should the project be successful in gaining support and in being selected in the LT2 process. Next slide, please. Okay, this is intended to highlight some of the benefits of the project that'll be brought to the community. I think the two key ones to highlight here are the tax revenues generated from the sort of change in land use, the installation of the solar panels, as well as a community benefit agreement, which has been discussed with municipal staff and with which we are ready to proceed. And I believe that is on the agenda a little further today. Next slide. Next, I'll highlight sort of some of our engagement efforts that we've done. So in terms of Indigenous engagement, we did our initial outreach on July 7th to the communities highlighted here. We have also engaged with directly the Chippewas of the Rama, who are local to this community. And we do plan to have ongoing engagement throughout the LT2 process in regards to this. Our intent is to ultimately have a partnership for the project. And then I'll pass it to Lucas to walk us through our public engagement and a summary of the activities we've done in the community.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'll continue from here. So we prepared some community outreach that was noticed to all the public online and all the neighbors within 500 meters of the project. This occurred in early July. At the end of July, there was an open house session at the Udney Community Center, which was held in the afternoon at 4 p.m. up until about 8 p.m. We had panels and some refreshments and some information about the project. We had 10 public attendees to this session, and there is a summary report of the information presented, the panels, and the feedback received, and that's posted on our project website. The project website is noted here at tourpower.com/Gamebridge. You can find that information there, and all of the public can find that information. So given our initial presentation to council back in June, our meetings with staff and township representatives in May, this open house in July, and now the follow-up with yourselves and on our website, we do consider this best-in-class engagement with the community to present information about the project. If the project is awarded a contract, there will be further opportunities in 2026 for engagement and open house consultation on the advancement of the design of the project. So this is in no ways a final design. This is an opener to the engagement and feedback from the community. Next slide, please. In that process of engagement, we have heard feedback and issues that have been raised that we are addressing with the project. We highlight the key ones here in this list: wildlife habitat, considerations for wetlands and watercourses, visual impacts of the project and use of public roads, construction disturbance that may occur if and when the project reaches that stage in a few more years, and ultimately decommissioning and removal of the equipment as a concern. So we have those all listed. They're again on the website, and they will be tracked into the REA, Renewable Energy Approval process with the Ministry of Environment, and will be brought back to you prior to final site plan approval in frankly, in years to come. So this is by no means a fast track process. This is just an opener to inform you and keep you in the know of how this project will proceed. Next slide, please. So the critical next steps for this project to continue to advance are requesting council's support in the form of a municipal support resolution to support this proposal to the IESO, as well as entering into a potential community benefit agreement with the township and the community. We will be registering the project and registering the entity to bid next month in September, and ultimately the project would, if receiving such support, would be bid in October to the IESO. We'll know about those results, whether the project wins in the competitive procurement, right? This is a price-based bid, so we do have to be competitive on a price outside of the design and the engagement. We'll know about that in April 2026. Next slide, please. The final slide here talks about the steps to come if the project is awarded and we receive that sort of good news in April, let's say. There would be further assessments and field work done next summer, further consultation work, including more open houses and follow-ups with yourselves. And then ultimately, we would come back for site plan approval probably in 2028, prior to start of construction in the 2028 or 2029 season. So these are large-scale projects, and they take a while to actually finance and build. So we're talking years, not months, just again, to give everybody the understanding of the time horizons here. So with that, I think that, next slide, I think that concludes our update presentation, and we'd be happy to take any questions from Mr. Mayor or council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'll open the floor to council members. It's Councillor Snatch.
Can you tell me a little bit more about the berms that are going to be built and where that soil is coming from? And it's always been an issue in the township about us getting the worst soil in Ontario dumped in Ramara. Can you explain where that soil is coming from?
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to answer the question. The interesting thing is, having done a site visit last month, the berms on the South Road, on Concession Road A, and on the North Road, Concession Road 1, are already there. Actually driving by, there's a lot of berm already built. At the southwest corner on the west side along Ramara Road 47, there's a lot of environmental features, woodlots that will remain. It's not in our current design. So really at present, it's unlikely that much berming will occur other than perhaps the north end of Ramara Road 47. So the exact quantity and build out of that, I don't know. I have to be honest, I don't know today. But generally that material, it would make the most sense to come from the site as we're clearing the surface to prepare the site. But I could take that away and find out with our team to find out from James Dick Construction where the original berms were sourced. I don't know where that material came from.
Well, the original ones I'm not worried about, but any soil you bring in to build berms of any kind, I think is something that we have to focus on, because we don't have a way of testing that material. We rely on provincial government, or I don't know who else does that, but and a lot of our residents are just saying, this soil is, they start telling us where it's coming from and all that, and we just can't keep up to hundreds of trucks coming in delivering soil to build berms. So I think it's something that we should just note at this time.
Yeah, I think a solar project would have to follow our fill bylaw. I'm pretty sure. Now quarries, because they're licensed and they're handling their M&R, this one I think would have to follow our soil bylaw. So the importation, if you're bringing in there's a bylaw, a process, we like to see soil samples and that type of thing. So yeah.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. And through you, we will note this point and it will form part of our consultation record going forward. So we can provide a better update in the future should we take that step. And I just highlight again that we believe that most of the berming is already in place.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Actually, speaking further about mitigating like noise and visuals, we actually have a solar project already in Ramara, and I drive by it on the regular, and I actually stopped and took a picture of it. It was put in, I'm not sure how long ago, 8 or 10 years ago, and you can't see it from the road, and it's not by berm, it's by trees. So in the fall, you can see a little bit more, of course, because the leaves are down, but they've also planted extra trees in there, some cedars, just to create more of a barrier, for consideration. You don't even know that it's there. When I brought it to the attention of the mayor, he's like, wait, we have one? So just moving forward, we notice berms. Berms, like Councillor Snutch said, is a sensitive subject because of the material that's being brought in, as well as they kind of also point out that, oh, what's going on over there? What are you trying to hide? Versus when really it's just to hide the noise and to dust maybe from getting on your panels. But trees seem to work really, really well over in that other area, because the residents that I had spoken to when the project was first coming on was very concerned about what they'd have to look at, and that they don't talk about it anymore. I pulled into one of the driveways on the way home from Ottawa and took a picture. You can't tell.
Okay. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I have 4 questions in 4 separate areas. I'll preface that. So the first one is related to economic benefits. So you're estimating $200,000 to $300,000 per annum in tax revenue, but obviously there's no solar panels on the site, and we've had no reassessment in quite some time. So the question is, how did you calculate that $200,000 to $300,000, and then how would you be able to guarantee that you can maintain that over 20 years? First question. Thank you.
We'll do that one first. Go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the question. We've been in close consultation with MPAC, the assessment agency for all of Ontario, about this in general, but also about this particular site. And the way they operate to build the assessment of the project is they get the footprint of the final solar panel area, and that acreage is assessed at an industrial land use rate. So that's the biggest contributor. And of course, that's a market-based assessment. So it's compared to other industrial land use in the area, in the county. And so there's no guarantee. We don't know what that market value might be in 2029, or if there's a reassessment. We were told that they haven't done a reassessment since 2016. It's a big jump. So it is a little bit of a placeholder, a target. And then the other piece of that is the tax rates that you yourselves in the county, I think, apply to the assessment value. So there is some variance that will naturally occur with these estimates, but this is the best we can do today to say this is the range we expect annually. And follow up on that to guarantee the lifetime of that tax base. The project will be under contract for 20 years. That is a guarantee. But further to that, the projects are financed and modeled and built to last longer than that. Most projects will be recontracted. That goes through a natural cycle of recontracting at the end of life. So we do expect realistically a 30+ year life horizon for this project.
Okay, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. The second one, it relates to Indigenous engagement. So I know you've listed all of the different communities you engaged with, but I don't know, can you summarize any of the feedback, positive or negative? Like, is there anything remarkable or notable?
Yeah, I can't say that I can summarize sort of specific items. We've had generally positive discussions initially. We are working towards partnerships based on relationships that we've sort of had from earlier days when we were engaging through for the LT1 and the ELT1 with the Williams Treaty First Nations, which are also in the region. So a lot of our work has been building on those relationships, as well as introducing the project to sort of more local communities like the Chippewas of the Ramara. So we've had initial discussion with them, which we're just transparent about us proposing the project. And it was a good discussion, but not much more than that.
Thank you. The third is related to community benefits. So the $40,000, I'm curious just to what other communities might have used the $40,000 for. And then the second part is I noted that you say you do volunteering and donating to local charities and organizations valued at more than $200,000 per year. I wasn't sure if that was across all of your properties. And then if so, how do you determine how much of that would land in Ramara, and typically what kind of volunteering is this? Go and work for a day kind of volunteering?
Yeah, no, I can answer both of those. So I might call in some help from my colleague Darius on the donations, but in terms of the community benefit agreement, that's seen as something that can be used flexibly, for the benefit of the community in areas that are priorities to yourselves. So, some of the areas highlighted here, like education, health and safety, are sort of areas where we've seen that spent. And actually, I have Darius, so-called my colleague here with me, who actually manages a lot of those community benefit agreements, as well as is aware of sort of our volunteering and donations.
Come on up if you can help answer that as well.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Morning, Council. Darius Sokol from Natura Power. Thanks for having us here again. So, the question about the community involvement. So, on a financial level, that $200,000 is kind of across our 5 current areas, towns, and cities where we have our power plants and our head office. That's a low number. We do a lot more than that. That's based on kind of what we annually budgeted, but we do local fundraising, food drives, et cetera, at our office and in our power plants. We also surprisingly get a lot of money for scrap metal when we replace some equipment at the power plant. So I would say that $200,000 is a very low estimate across our operations. And in terms of volunteering, it's food drives, it's just kind of the usual stuff. So toy giveaways, for instance, in Oakville, there's an organization that does like a holiday themed toy drive, and they actually invite members of the community coming with their children to pick up toys. So we actually volunteer our time to do that. So it all depends on what the community has available, what the needs are, and it's something that we like to do as much as we possibly can. Are there any other questions?
Thank you. No, these are questions that are important to the public, so they know what, the overall benefit is. And then I guess the final one is with only 10 people attending at the open house, will you put more education out there sort of between now and construction time, but then after that, will there be opportunities for education just about alternative sources of energy? And, you know, we have a local school here too. So how do you do that moving forward in your other communities?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things we've discussed going forward is to use social media more to get information out there, like particularly something like Facebook. I know there's a lot of community groups, et cetera. So that's something we used. We've discussed using better going forward. But in terms of specific needs, such as visiting a school or some other kind of an organization, we're happy to you know, we've got a lot of real smart people that work at our company. I wouldn't consider myself one of them, but we've got a lot of energy experts, you know, folks like Lucas here on the consulting side of things. Would be more than happy to share information in terms of, you know, not only about us, but about how something like a solar facility fits into the bigger picture in terms of powering the province and what it means kind of going forward with even economic development. As you folks know, energy is seen as an attractive thing for businesses looking to relocate or expand. So we're happy to provide that information just whenever it's needed.
Thank you. Sorry, I was 5, not 4. It was just
Okay,
one more.
more.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
I just about forgot this one. And I think I already know, I think I know the answer, but it's something I need to ask. At any time, would the Township of Ramara have to contribute to the infrastructure needs as you get out to Highway 12 and so on?
I'm sorry, your question.
Would the Township of Ramara have to fund at any time any of the putting the infrastructure in place to move?
No, it's our intent to fully fund our own project for sure, and any kind of related costs to that are attached to developing this project. No, we by all means we're absorbing those costs as part of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I would just ask that you just stay in constant contact with our staff, listen to our communications on our end, make sure that everything's consistent from our end and we're not confusing our residents with different messages that are being sent out there. That'd be great.
Yeah, very much. We'll take that away. Thank you very much.
Okay, if I'm not seeing any more questions, thank you. You're welcome to stick around at the end of the meeting when we pass a motion, or you can watch it online. Listen, our staff will be in contact anyway. So your choice whether you want to excuse yourself or stick around.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and councilors.
So thank you for that deputation. And now I have a deputation by Tom St. Amant, Agnes Vororis, I hope, and Sandra Germano. And this is the Lone Birch Trail, Maple Trail, and Ridge Road wastewater project. Come on up to the front. The microphone is still on, so perfect.
That's great.
Whenever you'd like to start.
Okay, Mayor Clark, councilors, thank you very much for listening and letting us speak about the wastewater project and some of our concerns about it. And some of the big concerns are, of course, the system in itself, the grinder system, is of concern to us, mostly because of the cost of it, but the high maintenance and the power needed to maintain that system. And here, you know, well, I'm sure more than just in Ramana, probably many communities, they suffer power losses regularly. And this is a problem for a system like this. So with this system, it is recommended that monthly cleanings are done by the homeowner with a garden hose to clean out dirt and sewage from your grinder to protect the blades. Every 6 months, it is recommended that you bring a professional in to do a high-end maintenance to clean out these systems. And that's hundreds of dollars every 6 months. So again, what I'm talking about is mostly the cost of how much these things cost to maintain over time. It is also recommended that if you're away more than a few days, that you flush the system out with water for about 30 minutes. And again, with water going up everywhere, but it's going up pretty substantially here. That's if you're leaving for a few days, that is an expense that you have to incur as well, is the water cost to keep this system clean. And it is also sorry, one sec. If the homeowners are away for through the winter months, this is a bit of a problem too, because then you have to start adding antifreeze and up to 10 liters of antifreeze if you're going to be leaving for more than a few days, so that there's no freezing going on in the grinder and the grinder pump. So this is, you know, again, another cost and more maintenance from the homeowner to maintain these systems. You know, basically just the high maintenance overall is something of a large concern. The grinders themselves only last 7 to 10 years on average. And you know, when in that time frame, there is a substantial cost to replace them and remove them, or remove them and replace them. Just to, I'm being told to wrap up a little bit here because I could talk for a while. I have done quite a bit of research on it, and these are not well-performing systems overall. Acton, Arlington, Niagara on the Lake, these have all had these systems and with substantial problems. And you know, it's just a system that is problematic for homeowners. And on the last note, I'd just like to say, when Mayor Clark and I met a month ago or a number of weeks ago, talked about when there was another area in Breckham that had to be taken away from septics to put in a sewage line. And they were given up, if their septics were in fine order, they were given up to 10 years to be able to change over. We're only given 3. You're asking $30,000 up front. And you know, in the beginning, when this all takes place, and then 3 years later, for which could amount to another $30,000 as well. So it's just, if that could also be lengthened with more times, provided the septic tanks are in fine order.
Thank you. Who's going next?
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Well, let them finish and then we'll ask our questions, Dave. Well, I still like to leave it because I don't want to cut the folks off here. I'd like them to get through their delegation.
Thank you. My name is Agnes. Good morning, everyone. Sorry for people behind my back. I'd like to speak regarding communication. Communication with the township, communication with the councillors in general, and lack of it. Also, I feel there's been a little bit of information that hasn't gone out to the public. It feels like withholding information. We recognize that communication must be clear, timely, ongoing, moving forward. These are your words. It's been written and given to us in hard copy. It's not happening yet, okay? So, for example, our letters are going to your junk mail. Many of the letters are still unanswered that we sent out, some as far back as 3 years. There have been a number of letters have gone missing. We found these letters in the township office, and yet when we ask about it, the Department of Infrastructure claims the letters are still missing. Why are items of communication from constituents going missing? That's a big concern. When bringing items to the township, we're asked to submit online. Well, that didn't work either. Once we submitted things online, your staff could not find it. Finally, we brought hard copies, had to get it stamped and signed just so we have proof. And to this day, we haven't received a response from that either. We are here to help. We're here to help, but the chain of communication with the township is almost non-existent. Good communication relies on 3 things: sending a message, receiving the message, and making sure it's understood. As you know, a large number of people here do not have technology because the Ramara Township has a lot of retired residents who don't even have, some of them don't even have cell phones. So please make sure your communication gets to those people as well. In 2022, you sent a letter, a survey regarding a sewage system that only required homeowners, I have to speed up now, to hook up to a private pipe from the house to the road. I replied to that survey and I called the office to make sure they got it. They said no. I called 3 times to the office before it was recorded, my response for that survey. How accurate is this survey? That's a big question. Now, you're also posting to the public a skewed result from that survey. I don't know how accurate it is, but it's definitely intentional lack of clarity the way it's being presented to the public. Why did we not vote for grinders? Well, I'm sorry, we did not vote for grinder system and not to an undisclosed amount of money. To this day, we have not seen clear or accurate numbers regarding cost. Where's the tender package? And what about retired people that with set incomes who basically need to budget? We need to plan. We need to know the costs. The township has also received 31 pages of questions from concerned citizens. Did they get addressed? Not at the open house, they didn't. I don't even know if they were ever addressed. Slide 2. The Municipal Act requires transparency and accountability. I am sure you're familiar with Judge Healy's report. We're just asking for accountability and we're asking for transparency. Payment options will be given to us early 2026. While majority of the homeowners are not here at that time. They're retired, they could be snowbirds. That is a bad time. And then if we don't respond within a time period, we are locked in for 10 years at an interest rate that we may not want. That does not seem fair. Choose a contractor is what you told us in the handout. Choose a contractor who provides a detailed quote, including everything. We're not getting that from you. We're not getting a detailed quote. We'll tell you what it's going to cost in 2026. We need to budget. We need to know the full amount before you dig one piece of dirt because we're paying 100%. Slide 4, please. To the public, it looks like the sewage system is only a $30,000 situation from our pockets, when in fact, it's double or more. We don't know the cost yet. Okay. And why are you giving us 10 years? Why not 40 years? Previously in the past, you gave residents 30 years to pay it. So why not longer? We're paying the interest. You're not. And funding. I think we've missed a few slides. Regarding funding, I have gone into the township number of times. Sorry, I'm over. And the thing is, I was assured there would be funding. You will be applying for funding. That did not happen. I'd like to know why not. And maybe if it did, and I'm not aware of it, please help us with this funding. $80,000 for a retired person. We're going to die before we pay that off. Seriously, think about it. We are asking for you to be, for the township to be, information from you and the township is inadequate, lacks clarity. I keep being told it's because of skeleton crew. Well, if skeleton crew is the issue, stop what you're doing, fix the problems, then move forward. Don't be in a rush. And then next slide, please. Next one. You actually told us about this when you presented the Simcoe County Positive Aging Strategy. All these wonderful things you did, which is fabulous. But you're speaking to aging people on these streets who don't have the money to pay for this. And you brought it forward the same week. You brought this forward. Have you thought about the retired people? Next slide, please. This is how we feel. We're sitting at home using the newspaper. Many of us do not use technology anymore. There are a few that don't even have cell phones. Think about that. This is how we woke up one day, reading the paper and bang. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Yes, hello, Mayor Clark and Council. My name is Sandra Germano, and I'm here to present the results of the petition that was undertaken by our community regarding the proposed wastewater project affecting Lone Birch Trail, Maple Trail, Ridge Avenue, and Simcoe Road. Between January of 2023 and August 8th of 2025, 14 properties in our area have been sold. And it's not surprising that during our petition process, we discovered that many residents were completely unaware of the proposed wastewater project. Most were unfamiliar not only with the technical aspects, but also with the projected costs. We personally visited every household in the affected area and asked two key questions. Would you like the Township of Ramara to pursue funding for this project? And would you like the project to be halted? As of the submission date for the petition, June 22nd, we had gathered 64 signatures. And of those who signed, 100% supported the township seeking external funding. 84% wanted the project halted. In total, 42 households were surveyed, as some of the lots were empty, vacant, for sale, or rentals. That didn't give us an opportunity to speak with those people. Based on our conversations with residents, we found that approximately 48% of them were pensioners. Since submitting the petition, several additional households have changed their stance and now support halting the project. There was no communication about the project. Residents were not given the opportunity to voice their opinions early in the process, and the costs are alarming. A one-time payment of $30,000 or $55,000 over 10 years, along with a 31% annual increase to water and sewage bills. These costs are not affordable to the residents, especially those on fixed incomes. Additionally, most of the homes in our area are seasonal, raising serious concerns about the performance and the long-term maintenance of a low-pressure sewage system. Has council fully considered how many existing systems might be more cost-effective, sustainable, and environmentally sound? The $275 permit fee should be waived, and the interest rate applied to the $30,000 must be reviewed as proportionate to the amount of time needed to pay it off and at a more reasonable rate. Mayor Clark and council ask you directly, how do you intend to address the concerns raised today? Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you. I guess there was a 30-year debenture when we did, it was the Brecken Sewers, and that was in 2006, I believe. And it was 30,000 household then to join on for the locals back in 2006. And we were able to get a kind of a grant from the government. It was a debenture is what it was, low interest debenture. And there aren't any of those at the moment. Doesn't mean we're not still looking for them, but that's what we were able to secure for the folks. And it was through the provincial government. It was a low interest. I can't remember the interest rate. It was 1 or 2% or something, low interest, but it was locked in for 30 years. That was a program that came from the provincial government. We haven't stopped looking to see if we can find something moving forward. Dave, I think you had some questions for Tom. Yeah.
Yeah, I do, but I want to ask on that before we move on. Are you looking for subsidies or are you looking for financing? Because there is financing provided.
Can you explain what the financing would be then?
Well, financing is you borrow.
Is it provided for the full amount or just the 30,000? That's another thing.
I understand, other than the work that you do on your own property, there's 100% financing, which is what we do. If you're looking for a subsidy where we get somebody to a grant or something, that's a different story. So I'm just trying to figure out there is financing.
Yes, financing for half the project. The entire project is almost 80,000. So you're totally hiding the fact that the grinder pumps that we're doing is also required another 30,000 plus. So
okay, those are the next questions I was going to ask. So these questions are to Tom, not to Tom, but it's mainly to staff, and I'll ask Gail to see if anyone can comment. But Tom mentioned additional costs in flushing, replacing filters, problems with power outages, the winter months, and some other note I can't read. Does any staff have comments on, like, I don't know if these facts are.
What we can do, Dave.
What is there problems with the grinder system that I'm not aware about, or?
I don't know how much you
anyone
know
know?
off the top of your head, Laura, what you're comfortable with. If not, then probably at the end of the agenda, when we receive, we'll ask for a staff
I'm fine with
report
that.
would clarify many of the questions so that we have that as
if I may
well.
speak,
Yes.
it's been presented to Laura Pye that there have been issues. It's been public knowledge. It's been on the internet, and we have brought it to your attention. I'm surprised you have not been informed.
I'm totally informed, other than the issues with the grinder.
Yeah.
I'm speaking of the grinder.
Well, if you're comfortable now, or do you want us, so we can do a staff report later when you can research more? Laura, it's your call.
I can answer some of the questions. The grinder pump systems is not something new.
No.
It is in place in lots of different municipalities and is very similar to what we have on the municipal side as our sewage pumping stations, all of those same pros and cons would apply to those. But I do think that if we could push most of these questions to a staff report, that would be best.
I know we have some elsewhere in the municipality. There are some grinder pumps
Correct.
on some of the streets in Lagoon City now, like,
Correct.
so they are there.
Yes, and we have presented to the infrastructure department that those people that do have them, one in particular has had an $80,000 cost in 8 years in repairs. And the fact is, we're told they're not, you're not aware of it, but $29,000 went directly to Ramara Township to replace the pipes.
And no, I'm well aware of that. The individual did come to council, but, and we
So
had,
therefore, there are issues.
yeah, anyway, we'll get that in a report. Any other issues right now for, as far as the 30-year I did, the grants, again, we'll get a report on all the issues that you pointed out and.
One other thing is the biofilter system. You need to be aware there are some very good sewage systems there, or septic systems there. The biofilter system actually removes 90% of the total nitrogen out of this sewage. I don't think Ramara Township can do that. If they can, please post it. I'd love to know what nitrogen you remove. Some of the systems that already exist on that street are high tech. They're incredible, way above technology that they're fairly new. And I think they need to be considered and kept.
They're a little more expensive upfront.
Yes.
But over time, because they last 20 years and they take away some of the issues that this will be a public health issue with grinders when there's now 82 of them, with some of the nitrates and so on that get in to the system. And this is something that I'm not sure if you have something that can take the phosphates and nitrates, is it?
Yes.
Yes, out of the system, because they'll be there and it'll become.
Well, phosphorus for sure, because we have a phosphorus loading target that Lake Simcoe allows us to, we have to stay below that.
This
target
goes
at all
way
times.
above that. It's a superior system. And this system you're asking us to shut down and fill up. So I think the council, please be aware of what already exists. There's some very good systems there and very, very good sewage systems that work, or septic systems that work fantastic.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you, folks. And we will keep it under advisement. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank all three of you for coming and for the hard work that you've done within our community to bring voices forward collectively, because typically more voices are easier to hear. So I appreciate that.
Just pick your voice.
I have some music now too. So that's the first thing. The second thing I want to do is acknowledge the communication gaps. I too am challenged right now by how this project has unfolded. It was approved on January 16th, ratified January 30th of 2023. There was a 2-year gap before the tender came back. Within those 2 years, I asked the question on numerous occasions, where is this tender and how and when is it going to be coming back? What I didn't know was there wasn't communication happening from the municipality to our community during that 2-year time period. When I approved that day on January 30th, I didn't know some of the other pieces, including that this would be a low pressure system. It was not in the December 22 report that we received initially at our first meeting of this term. I only learned about this really later on. And I would say that had you said to me then, it's a low pressure system, having been on Lagoon City Sewer for 8 years, or Brecken Sewer for 8 years at that point, the terminology low pressure probably wouldn't have impacted without a staff report to help me understand that that was different and unique from the system I was using with no trouble in 8 years. So I feel like I want, there's certainly been a communication gap. It was never more clear to me than after the tender was approved. We didn't repeal the original project, which I still believe procedurally we need to do. And we've separated this into 2 projects. It's now changed names 3 times. That's going to create confusion, not just now, but moving forward. How do we find the project? How do we track it? How do we know what was what? And it's only been after the approval of the tender that I learned about something called the file. And apparently the file was referenced by members of staff at various times over the last couple of months, as this group of residents and others have been asking questions. And evidently, I now know the file contains this correspondence that you're referencing that was coming in over the 2-year time period. So from my perspective, certainly we should not be moving forward at this point without answering a number of these questions. To your direct question, what is council doing about it? I can tell you what I have done. I can't speak for everybody else. I began writing letters to appropriate ministries more than a year ago. Most recently, and I mean within the last month leading up to the municipal conference, I did request a delegation with Minister of Municipal Affairs. Regretfully, I did not receive that delegation. But that said, I did speak with Minister of Infrastructure's office and I am awaiting a call back. I have also placed a call to the Premier's office because this is, Ramara is facing aging infrastructure similar to the rest of the province. Yes, I agree, but Ramara has challenges far beyond the aging infrastructure. So from my part, I'm advocating for you and I will continue to advocate for you. But again, one voice alone, not enough. So having a group of people advocating is the best way that we can work together. And I trust in our government and I believe that the provincial government wants to help Ramara Township move forward and do so in a way that is fair and sustainable for its residents.
Thank you, Sherry Bell.
All right.
And how can we don't even know what this is going to cost us. We have no idea because we keep hearing we won't know the price until 2026. Would you buy a car and not know what it's going to cost until a year later and say, oh yeah, we have more charges for you? You can't budget like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. And again, we will be looking for a staff report at the end of the agenda. A couple disturbing facts there. I don't know whether I should comment or not. Are you telling us you asked for a delegation outside of this council? Because this
Absolutely.
council agrees on all our delegations.
I have the parliamentary right to speak in the voice of my constituents, and I also have the right to contact any minister that I wish to contact.
Okay, well,
at any time.
I will send that to the integrity commissioner because you absolutely do not have the right at an AMO conference to ask for your own delegation outside of the realm of this council. I'm not sure, and I know you're aware because we elected on what delegations. One of the delegations we're actually after is a $30 million grant from infrastructure towards both the Bay Shore and Lagoon City badly needed upgrades in the Lagoon City water and sewer and the Bay Shore project. So we were united as a team. It seems you were running your own show. So that I will send.
Well,
to
we
the
are
integrity
definitely not
commissioner.
united as a team, clearly. And I did attend my own delegation, in fact,
Right.
with regard to
So,
weaponization of that same integrity commissioner process you're referencing.
So I will send that to the integrity commissioner. Thank you for your comments. And usually you keep those confidential, but being as the counselor has admitted that she's running her own show no, you're done. Actually, you're representing nobody if you're not working with council. Council actually represents you as a whole. And we're a team. We're all on the same side here. And we're trying to move the municipality forward. You may not agree with some of the decisions, but as soon as a councillor starts running their own agenda, they are not working for the taxpayers any longer. They are working for themselves and their own agenda, whatever that may be. We work together to try and find solutions, and we're going to continue to work together to try and answer some of your concerns and see if there is a way forward that we can find financing or find a way that's as fair as we can be. As we did mention, there were times we allowed longer periods of hookup. What's a little different with this project is the interest rate. Before we had some of these interest-free loans, we don't have that availability to us now. So there's an interest component that we're really struggling with ourselves on this project and how we're going to move forward. And we're certainly trying to find solutions that are mutually beneficial. So thank you for your time. And with that, I'm going to go to the open forum, and I do have some folks registered. One is on 11.52, the canine control bylaw. I think it's trying to read the writing. Is it Mariah Fenning? Maura Fenning, sorry, come on up and just turn the mic on and it's a middle button there and you've got a minute on the canine bylaw.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council, for updating your 20-year-old bylaw. I ask for 3 things. Equip officers with strong penalties that they will use, be transparent to protect public safety, encourage reporting and communication between bylaw and people. Before I begin, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Maura Fenning. I retired from a public service career. I worked in criminal justice and testified for the Crown many times. I tell the truth. My year-round cottage has been my happy place since I was a toddler. No more. The past 5 years have been a living nightmare since I complained about irresponsible dog owners. I have experienced my dog attacked twice, different dog owners, 2 dogs attacked each time, injuries, vet bills, trauma to my dog and to me, numerous loose dogs on our property and public roads. Dog owners have retaliated by trying to punch my husband, swearing, berating, and lying to me when I ask them to control their dogs, telling me to complain, bylaw will do nothing, swerving a pickup truck at me and my friends on public roads until I called the OPP, online bullying campaigns filled with slanderous lies about us with impunity, identifying where we live, strangers offering advice about how to get us. I've spent too much money for security I never dreamt I would need. Each new bylaw officer chooses education, which owners proudly tell me means nothing. I live in a vacuum. There's no standard for bylaw to tell me what they are or aren't doing about my complaints or serious incidents. Even after a dog was brutally maimed, there was nothing to warn unsuspecting passersby. At minimum, we need standard municipal signage for dangerous dogs we all recognize. I have changed my walking route to avoid these dangerous dogs. I know where they live because they attacked my dog. 2 years ago, steps from my home. I walk in fear of running into them on roads I can't avoid. I seek support of good neighbors, people to turn to if I'm in danger, and to help them be aware and safe. Still, I'm not comfortable that I can keep my dog safe on my own road or on my own property. Bylaw's reputation should be a trustworthy, effective source when you need it. A modern bylaw, transparency, and communication are key. I would like to help and be involved as this moves forward. I want to work with council and staff, and thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. And we are going to look at it. It is outdated. And again, I want to apologize to the troubles that you've had with these neighboring dogs. We will certainly be taking it seriously. I think our bylaw folks even came in while you were speaking. So yeah, we will be redrafting it. Certainly like to have any input that you can send us.
Thank you. I will.
Thank you. Next, I have a Brian Smith on 7.2, which is the wastewater project. Brian, you're here. Come on up for, you have a minute? What's that?
I was expecting to be with you.
Well, you've got a minute, so you can, yeah, have just, if you've got something quick you'd like to add,
it'll be
that's
quick.
fine. That's what the open forum is for.
Mayor Clark and Council, 3 years ago, I submitted a letter to the Township of Ramara to voice my opposition to a proposed sewer system on mine and neighboring streets. That letter has been in the sewer system file since then. In 3 years, I have never been contacted about my concerns. This lack of communication is very upsetting to me. Township officials whom I spoke to said they knew nothing about my letter, and I get the impression that no one knew about it. How could anyone involved in making decisions about a sewer system not know about my letter, as it was in the very file associated with the subject that they were discussing? And by the way, when I inquired about my letter, a township employee found it in under 60 seconds, so it's not like it was hard to find. I'd hope that you guys might be able to find that letter and discuss it amongst yourselves and read it. I mean, I was told by a fellow named Colton that I wasn't allowed to actually discuss the contents of the letter. But certainly you guys can read it.
We'll make sure we get a copy of the letter and have a look at it, sir.
It's there. You should be able to find it fast. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. So I guess that'll be part of our staff report too. We'll do a search on whatever we can find. With that,
That the minutes of the following meetings be adopted, having been printed and distributed. Council meeting minutes dated July 21st, 2025, and council meeting closed session minutes dated July 21st, 2025.
I was not in attendance on July 21st. first, so procedurally, do I just? I know if I don't vote, it's a no vote, but I can't confirm. Okay.
That council now recess and convene in committee of the whole at 10:35 a.m.
Are we good? All right, if you can confirm that I still have a quorum, then I believe everybody is here, so we can carry on.
I can confirm you have quorum.
Thank you. So now I have a motion that we convene into closed session. Rebecca, whenever you're ready. I think we get it on the board too.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just quickly, what we're going to be doing as a bit of a trial to see if it is helpful for members of council and for our viewing public is we're going to be placing the motions on your screen. So this is the first sort of start at that. We did try it with our Lagoon City organization and it worked out quite well. So, Mr. Mayor, this is the first motion that you'll see on your screen and the members of public can see. And the idea, again, is just for further transparency and every member of council understands what motion is being put. But the Ms. Zanussi will introduce the motion.
Okay.
That pursuant to section 239(4) of the Municipal Act 2001 SO 2001 C25, notice is hereby given that the Committee of the Whole intends to hold a closed session meeting in the Richard P. Bates Boardroom to deal with matters pursuant to section 239(2) B, C, F, and I, being personal, land, solicitor-client, trade secret, and third-party financial information.
Okay, can I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Tulowitzki. All in favor? That is carried. We will now reconvene in camera. There we are. We're live now. So are we live? So then I will look around the room with my clerks and confirm I still have all the council here. So I will look for the motion to rise from in camera before we break for lunch.
That committee of the whole rise from closed session at 1:34 PM and reconvene in open session and report.
Moved by Counselor Fisher, second by Counselor Goff, all in favor. That is carried. How long do you folks, 1 o'clock? Can everybody, or 2 o'clock? We can be back by 2? All right, we will reconvene at 2 o'clock, but again, I have a hard stop at 3:20 myself. But we'll be wrapping up for 3:30. So.
I just want to make sure I don't. Councilor Bell, you're still,
Are we live there, Colton, or close? Okay, so we have moved in, again, I'll confirm all of council is still here. We are still trucking forward. So with that, we have some in-camera motions to pass, and I'm going to get Rebecca to read the motions and put them on the screen, and then we'll vote. Keeping in mind, I believe Councillor Bell declared on the first one, I think it was. But I'll need to declare it publicly. Yep.
Through you, your worship, if I can, just while we're dealing with this matter, yes, we need the counselor to declare in the nature of the declaration in public, yes.
In public, yeah. So that would be the 5, I don't know which number it was, Sherry.
Right, and then, but there's,
10.2.1.
so then you haven't said why you went into closed session in the first place. So if I say that why I'm recusing, then you're going to say I breached confidentiality because the agenda doesn't say what the matter is. So by disclosing that I'm declaring, it tells the public what the matter is. Like, that's where we are, right? So are you intending to file an integrity commissioner complaint when I recuse? Because you don't say, so you're not giving me any option. It's like pigeonholing me into being able to file a
counselor
complaint.
solicitor client is what it says on the agenda. So is it a pecuniary interest, conflict of interest? That's all we need to know.
I mean, I'm the subject matter.
That's not a reason for declaration.
That's the reason. I'm the subject matter.
That isn't a reason for a declaration. It's pecuniary interest or conflict.
But I can't talk about what's in that report.
Well,
So if I talk about what's in, I mean, I'm fine with telling everybody what's going on around here, but I can't talk about what's in that report.
Well,
So
like
all I can do is recuse from voting.
Like I had one I put in camera years ago, and it was a pecuniary interest. It was straightforward. It was still an in-camera report, and it was a pecuniary interest, and I claimed the pecuniary.
I don't even know what's in the report. So how would I be able to recuse from something when I don't know what's in the report? You put an on-desk report and you don't say what it's for, and so there's no way for me to recuse from it. There's no reason other than that it's about me.
Okay, then what I'll have to do, we can make the subject matter public if that's the wishing of the council. If she doesn't want to declare otherwise, I know the councilor is well aware of what the report is, but if she wants us to make the subject matter public, is that?
I'm not aware of what the report is.
Through you, if I can, your worship, at this point in time, it is the obligation of the counselor to declare her conflict in the nature thereof. And if it is not satisfactory, then certainly the integrity commissioner may participate in any of that discussion, but the onus is on the counselor to indicate the declaration in the nature thereof. So I believe she has indicated that she is declaring, and the nature is that she's the subject of the issue.
All right.
So leave it at that, your worship.
Municipal Act, but that's not for us to decide. That is what we have. Please remind all council too, we have an online form that you must fill out when you do declarations. That is mandated by the Municipal Act. So please.
I also couldn't fill that out since I didn't know what the report was about. So I'll have to do that after the fact.
That's fine. No, it's fine. Quite often it is because you find yourself in a declaration. So the first motion do I have?
That report AD 1925 dated August 22nd, 2025 regarding potential litigation matter legal advice counselor be received and the confidential direction provided to staff be adopted.
Moved by.
And that the report be referred to the August 25th, 2025 council agenda for same day
For
ratification.
same day ratification, yes. Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Tuohy. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Now the next one, please.
That report BP 3725 regarding request to purchase part of road allowance in front of 8168 Laidlaw Avenue be received, and that staff be authorized to commence negotiations with the owners of 8168 Laidlaw Avenue for the sale of a 1 meter portion of the road allowance as set out in the report.
Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Fisher. All in favor? That is carried. Number 3.
That report FD 0325 dated August 19th, 2025 regarding automated speed enforcement ASE Municipal Processing Center Agreement Township of Essa and staffing matter be received. And that council delegate authority to the CAO and General Manager of Emergency and Protective Services to finalize the intermunicipal shared services agreement for automated speed enforcement administrative penalties for the Township of Essa to provide services to the Township of Ramara as a municipal processing center for the township's automated speed enforcement program. And that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign the finalized agreement and that the report be referred to the August 25th, 2025 council agenda for same day ratification.
So this is another one that'll be ratified today. Moved again by, I'll go someone new, Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Tuyu. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. 4.
That report ID 2625 dated August 19th, 2025 regarding financial information for Ontario Clean Water Agency contract renewal be received as information, and that this report be referred to the August 25th, 2025 council agenda for same day ratification.
Thank you. Can I have Councillor Goff, second by the Deputy Mayor? All in favor? That is carried. And lastly, one opposed. Opposed, yes. Thank you. One opposed.
That the Ewart O'Dwyer correspondence dated August 14th, 2025 regarding 4291 Orkney Beach Road expropriation be received, and that the township shall issue a notice of abandonment for the expropriation process and commence the tax sale process in accordance with Part 11 of the Municipal Act for 4291 Orkney Beach Road, and that the report be referred to the August 25th, 2025 council agenda for same day ratification.
So that will also be ratified today. Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Fisher. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Seeing none, that is carried. So now we are motions, right? We did those council reports, and I have none. Board and committee reports, I have none. Council referral reports. So the first one on the agenda. Our ice storm recovery plan. Do you want to have a discussion on it first, Gail, or do you want the motion on the floor?
Through you, your worship, perhaps we could just do a high level overview of the report by the fire chief. And then I do understand that a member of council has declared on one aspect of the report.
Yes. So what we'll do, and the councillor has left the room, so why don't we deal with the first aspect, which is the Legion.
Thank you, your worship. So sorry, did you want an overview or we're just going straight to the Legion?
We'll do the Legion first,
Okay.
and we'll get it done, and then we'll go past that motion, I think, and then we'll go back and do the overview on everything else. Yes.
Okay, so there was basically 3 asks from the Legion. They were during the state of emergency, they felt that there were some things that could have been addressed, and they directed staff, or they asked staff that we look into the feasibility of updating the township's emergency response plan, which was just for edification on that. The response plan was current, but the cover page and some names were not up to date. So that was corrected immediately and is an ongoing document. So the, as you know, as people change positions at the municipality, we have to update those names. The plan itself speaks to position, not to name. So the plan is current, active, and working well, but those housekeeping matters have been taken care of and are currently still being taken care of in the more robust package. They were speaking to the public version that was evident on our website. That's been cleaned up. The second question was the feasibility of consultation opportunities with Breck and Mara Legion regarding the emergency preparedness and planning. And they were asking for a seat perhaps at the decision-making table. As the CEMC of the municipality, my recommendation back to council is that, well, we engage them as much as we can in their capacity. There isn't necessarily a seat available at the decision-making table because they are there to represent one portion of the plan, not decision-making on an emergency. So they will absolutely be engaged and brought to the table whenever we can. They are an incredible asset to the municipality. We recognize that. We recognize all of the events and things they do for the municipality, and we never want to lose sight of that. But when it comes to making a decision depending on the emergency, that may have nothing to do with the Legion. I don't know that that will be beneficial to the municipality's response. So I would continue to recommend that they are engaged at whatever level we can, but I don't recommend that they necessarily hold a seat in the Emergency Operations Center. As you're aware, under the plan, we have the ability to invite whoever we deem necessary during an emergency. Yeah. And if it's so inclined that we required the support of the the Legion, we would invite them then, but I don't think putting them permanently in the plan as a spot holder would be beneficial necessarily.
No, at the county level, we don't have the service providers there. There's one staff representative that deals with all the volunteer groups that you bring in and out as the need is necessary, but no, you don't have the individual groups at the table. Correct.
Yeah, that is correct. And that would be my recommendation, that we realize their importance and their value, and we'll continue to engage them. Finally, from the Legion, the last ask was the feasibility of the Township of Ramara to provide a financial contribution to the Breckenmara Legion to reimburse money spent on food and propane during the ice storm and emergency. I'm going to scroll down because I didn't know the actual numbers. They are included in the report. Yeah, there it is there. So during the ice storm emergency, the Bracken Legion opened its facility warming center and provided meals to community members. In recognition of this contribution, the township previously reimbursed the Legion $1,719.90 for propane costs. The Legion has since submitted additional receipts totaling, we asked them for them, and they've provided us with the receipts of $2,560.95 for food expense incurred during the emergency. While the township acknowledges and appreciates the Legion's efforts, further reimbursement requires careful consideration. So then another bullet to that in the report is just that the Business Ice Storm Assistance Program, which is available to them, offered by the province of Ontario, provides one-time financial support to small business, farms, and nonprofit organizations for eligible costs related to the March 2025 ice storm. Eligible expenses include consumable heat, light, and power supply, example, food, candles, and batteries, but does not include food costs under the program. So at this point, I guess it would be up to the council if they want to support during when they opened the warming center and offered food. It was out of their pocket, and how, if the municipality has a desire to support that or not, I would leave that to council. It was open. To speak to that, it was during the emergency, and they have reported that they had uptake to it. So there was people, I guess, requiring that. I didn't personally engage with them, so I wasn't aware if they had no ability to cook their own food or what. But that was the last item, is a request for money for reimbursement for the food they supplied.
All right.
Through your worship, if I may, just in terms of that particular issue, the grant program that is offered by the province does provide funding for utility costs, propane costs, for example. So what the motion is within the report is the financial contribution that the township has provided to the Legion in the tune of about just around $1,700 be applied to the food cost, and that they be encouraged to apply to the grant for the propane costs. So essentially, the money that has already been provided to the Legion for their propane costs be applied to their food costs, and that they apply to the grant for the remainder.
I believe they're understanding that they can't apply for the grant. It would only be if they had damage to the building, and then they had heating costs because of a broken window. So I would ask staff to help the Legion move forward with that, because and help them with the application.
Through you, your worship, we certainly can provide some assistance with respect to that. The high-level interpretation of the grant program is there is available funding for utility-type costs, so we certainly can work with the Legion on that. But that the motion that perhaps maybe, if I can, your worship, just in terms of time, this particular report is just a high-level overview of the ice storm incident, and consequently provided to council to just provide that that overview. We're also addressing the Legion, and then we're also asking council to pass the resolution that is required in order for us to apply for the funding under the MISA program. So
Correct.
perhaps just in the interest of time, your worship, we'll put the motion on the screen.
Yes,
and
put the one for the Legion on the screen, and then I'll go to the councillors' comments. I'll start with Councillor Goff, then Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hopefully you give me a little bit of leniency here. I'm going to get on my soapbox and talk about the job that the Brecken Legion did. They provided a service to all our residents here. They opened their doors, not asked for any we didn't ask them to do it. They did it out of the goodness and helped many of our residents, not just here in Brecken, but further south to the north and east, west. They did feed the actual hydro workers that were from out of province. They were feeding anywhere from 100 to 100 and 200 people in an evening sitting. My understanding is that they do not qualify for this funding from the province because they didn't have an insurance claim to make. If they had an insurance claim, then they could follow this funding. I think it's the right thing for us to do to cover the cost of the food. Because I was down there every day. I went in every day to see if they needed anything. I know other councillors, I believe Councillor Bell actually brought in donations to help feed them. They actually had a caterer come in and feed everybody that showed up to get fed that night. Mr. Mayor, when I arranged that, we had that tour with Minister Dunlop. We went into the Ramara Center, saw a lady from Brecken, and we told her about the Ramara Legion. Next day, her and her family were at the Legion. And I know you're going to say, well, our warming center and feeding was at Aurelia, but from the south part of our municipality to Aurelia, 50 minutes, 45 minutes. This was something where people could walk to from the area here, drive short distance. And I know if the Brecken Legion didn't provide that service, there would have been people that would no longer be here today. Because I've seen there at the Legion where people were coming in for food for their family and they were filling up soup and big margarine containers so that people could take actually the food home to their family and have a hot meal. I think it's the right thing to do by paying for this $2,500 towards food. It's basically our responsibility. Let's not kick it down the road. Don't pass the buck to the province. This is something that they did for our residents in our municipality, and they should be rewarded. I think if we just send them a letter with thanking them, that's like a slap in the face to what they've done to our municipality, for our municipality.
Thank you. And no, I wasn't going to say people could go to the city of Aurelia, but my suggestion here is, listen, I would suggest we help them apply for the grant because anything the province is willing to pay, including ourselves. Like we've got almost a $2 million cleanup bill that we're going to have to tackle here later. And we are going to the province for the money. If the province is going to come up with the money, I would like to see them apply. If we can get that grant, great. And then take another look at, okay, how much are you now that the province has come forward and then sit down, negotiate with our Legion again going forward, which is why I'm in favor of the motion of moving that out of the propane cost over to the food side. And now let's go and see if we can get grant money. When that's all done, now let's have another talk. I'll go to Councillor. You want a supplementary? Go ahead. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, you and I and everybody sitting at this table and in this room know how hard it is to get grants from our province in Ramara. I would hate to, if you're willing to look at it again, that's not my favorite solution, but at least there's that option because, they're going through a construction phase, trying to raise money. This is money that they've put out of their pocket. I don't know what $2,600 would mean with their renovations, but they're going to be waiting for it. So this might be a project that $2,600 pays for a certain piece of the renovation to move it forward. That's a concern that I have.
Understandable. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I will add a little, but I won't belabor. But I'll start with the first part of the conversation, which was a seat at the table. And I don't think they were asking for a seat full time at the table. I may have misunderstood. I think what they're asking for is a more formalized structure around how can they work with you. And I actually think the leap there is not just the Legion, but it would be the Legion, the LCCA, UDNI, all of the community centers. And I'm saying this because I know LCCA has had to come to you in the last year because they didn't know how to get themselves up to date on emergency management. So I think I'm suggesting that there's an opportunity. And so it wouldn't be monthly meetings, but maybe you structure 2 meetings a year where you meet with the different communities, or maybe it's 1 meeting a year. But that way there would be an opportunity for each of those different service organizations or community centers to be more in step with you. But, and I also think, you know, if you did it twice a year, there's another then like proactive opportunity where you can do other kinds of updating on things that are new or, you know, campaigns you're going to run so that they can support your campaigns within each of the different communities. So I think there's a middle ground there. And then obviously, if it's appropriate to bring them in an emergency, which I hope to God we never see something like this again. But if it were to happen, and then you brought them in on a one-off basis, I think that would be great. But I think what they're looking for is just a more structured way of communicating, given that really they are the only community center we have that could handle the capacity that they did during the ice storm, and had the propane and had the ability to do it. So I think that that may be a separate motion, but I think there's an opportunity to look at doing something different and how that could be structured. So on that piece, that's that. As far as the.
Can I let Tony respond?
Sorry.
Tony? Thank you, Your Worship. Absolutely engaging our different, whether they're community centers or the Legion or whatever throughout the municipality, it is a pretty integral part of our plan. Our plan is very heavily volunteer-based. So annually they are contacted just to ensure that they're still aware of their roles, responsibilities, and engagement. We do reach out to ask people if they would like just what you talk about, engagement, whether we do a presentation or talk about their role, and we are more than happy to engage more in that. Typically, the uptake hasn't been big, but by all means, the more we can get that information out, the more follow-up we'll get. So maybe I'm unclear on what they were requesting. When they came here, I wrote down the words and they had asked for a seat at the table, and I guess my interpretation was a seat at the table making decisions, and that's what I answered. However, engagement with our community members is always highly sought after, and we'll continue to do that for sure.
Thank you, because I think that I think with having just gone through the ice storm, there's probably a lot of learning that can be gained by meeting with the different communities. So, so on that front, then moving along to the request for funding. Definitely, yes, I did help with some fundraising efforts. It just sort of happened organically, and I was able to arrange the catering that day, which was great. But the point of that is, had I not been able to arrange for that one meal that night, and the other donations that came in, this number might not be 2,500. It might be 4,000. It might be whatever. So, you know, they did put out of pocket pretty substantially, and we don't have anywhere in the Township of Ramara that acts as an emergency shelter. The folks that came into this office or the Ramara Center reported to me that coming in and finding warm water and a banana, and I'm just quoting, warm water and a banana was not what they needed. They needed to be fed. I have had the opportunity to speak with Helping Hands since the ice storm and leading up until now, and I do know that they were delivering out to Coldwater and Severn. So this notion that you had to go 40 kilometers to Aurelia, that's not quite right. So there's still some disconnect happening here. And we definitely had hungry people that were cold. Their houses were flooding. I myself had people, and I'm not exaggerating, you can check the Legion for the audience, falling into my arms crying because they were hungry, cold, and definitely scared. And there were no boots on the ground. And the Legion became much more than just the food. They had to be open because there was nobody else to do it. And so I'm not being melodramatic, but I'm also not going to downplay what was happening in Ramara Township for those number of days. It was absolutely terrifying for families. And the Legion was the only beacon they had, and the only place they could find the propane was on, which was great, but it also meant connectivity. So they were warm, they were connected, they were fed. And aside from that, we had no ability to service our communities. That's just a fact. We really didn't. And I mean, emergency perspective, were the roads clear? Were we out, moving trees? I'm not talking about that aspect of it, but I'm talking about the actual families and what they were experiencing with hungry bellies, cold and scared, and we couldn't service that. So, I mean, I think it is absolutely our responsibility as a municipality. The bigger story is we need to figure out where we're going because we need to have emergency shelters in place and we don't. But in the meantime, they're there and they did it and they stepped up and they just found a way. And I really think that whatever that food cost is, we need to cover it.
Thank you. I know part of our emergency management plan, you're right, we do not have an emergency evacuation center in the Ramara. We haven't got any place that would qualify for that. So there is one, and it was the MRF was the nearest one.
That is correct, Your Worship. As identified, there's a strict scrutiny that through our plan, our emergency social services are covered by the county. We are in an agreement with them and they provide that. In Ramara Township, they assessed all of our facilities. None of them qualify as an emergency evacuation center. They are emergency reception centers, which can provide a lot of things, but cannot provide overnight lodging and proper hygiene and facilities like that. So we do have reception centers. Hence, we have the agreement with the county to make sure we have that. And that's why during the emergency, it was engaged and felt that the MRF was a good central hub, not only for us, but for Severn, for Oro, and we were able to focus efforts that way. And then the economies of scale worked out better that way. I'm not sure what the question was in there. I took in all the information from that, and I have to applaud and tip my hat to the Legion for standing up and doing that. If there was anything I could pull out of that as a learning point for us and trying to move forward, is we needed that engagement. We needed to hear that. We had the counter open, we had 2-on-1 open for services. We were looking for that information so we could ensure we're providing more. From every request that we have, and this is my opinion, I felt that as a municipality, we responded well. The communications were up. They were doing everything they could to answer any of the concerns. I personally, and maybe it just didn't get to me, but I personally didn't hear any requests for, I don't have food to cook. Obviously, there was a need. Obviously, the Legion had that going. But from the people visiting here, the feedback was positive, that they had a place to come. It was warm. They charged their phones. There wasn't a full menu out by any means, but there was no request for that. So, and when I say that, it just didn't get verbalized. Obviously, there's a need. I think we've met that point. But if we don't know about it, we can't provide it. We wouldn't go and put out a full spread if we don't know there's a need. So maybe that communication from the Legion to say, hey, we've got people showing up, and then the municipality would be able to respond accordingly. And maybe there was a disconnect there. The Legion is identified as a reception center, and therefore that communication would go through our food and shelter coordinator who oversees it. And then that discussion could have happened and engaged at a different level. Their engagement, as was alluded to here, was not so much through emergency management, but on their own. And that's why perhaps we didn't have that connection and conversation to make that work. That's just from our perspective. I'm not saying that there wasn't a need by any means. It sounds like they did awesome work. And from what yourself and Councillor Goff were saying, that it was incredibly well taken up and used. And we're lucky to have that in our municipality. We know that. But we're always looking to grow and move forward. And I'm just saying by that connection and connectivity, we perhaps could respond in a way that is more acceptable to all and we would understand it better.
Thank you. So I guess what you're saying right now was to my first point, which is if you have regular contact, then you would be able to understand better what happened. But I don't want to get too far into, because I have a lot to say about the emergency, but on just the Legion part, the point of that part of the conversation was just the funding, which I am very much in support of making sure that the Legion receives this $2,560.95. And that's once we get past that, then I'd like to speak to other aspects. But for this, I'm definitely advocating that we fund the Legion.
So what I'll do is put the motion on the floor now, and then I'll look for an amendment to the motion, I think would be the proper way, would it not? Madam CAO?
Through you, Your Worship, we've actually divided the question. And what that means is that you can vote on that Legion piece on its own, as opposed to all of the motion. So if you want to deal with the Legion piece first.
While Councillor Fisher's out of the room, and then I'd like to bring her in for the rest of the discussion.
Okay, so what we'll do is,
And then we have a clarification question while they're getting them, while you're getting the motion up, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah. And this is for CAO, Jackson.
Oh,
Just
I'll wait till she's.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a clarification.
I'm just curious, have we submitted our application for funding yet for what we're putting in? And if we haven't, can we add the 25, whatever, 2,900 for the Legion into that to try and get that back and just kind of hit two birds with one stone?
Ours is going in at the end of this.
through your worship, we intend to apply as soon as possible. We have to pass the motion today to enable us to apply. We have one further sort of job that we need to do with respect to the debris that remains within the pit. So we are in the process of dealing with that. Once we've completed that, then we can file our application for funding. With respect to this piece of it, I suspect we could try, but I do not believe it will qualify under our criteria for the MISA funding. But we certainly could ask that question.
It'd be nice to ask the question, if not, help them with that. And then as long as we can bring back to the table, because I do believe they should be paid. However, wherever that revenue stream comes from, I do think we should help them with that.
Okay.
So if I can, your worship, before we get into a mover and a seconder, right now, the recommendation within the report is that the funding that was provided by the township for propane be used and applied for the food piece. I'm hearing that that may not be the direction that council wants to head. So is it council's desire to ultimately either direct staff to work with the Legion to apply for the funding, or is the direction from council that we ultimately provide the additional funding of 2,500 and whatever the dollars are?
Well, I'm seeing here that and sticking my neck out a bit, I'm thinking what council would want to do is take the 1990, boost it up to 2660 to cover the food, and then again, assist them with applying for the grant for the propane. That's kind of what I'm reading here, because if we can get the province to pay for the propane, it's a better deal for the local taxpayers. So that's the nods I'm seeing around the table. So they have 1990 as of today, correct?
Yes, your worship, that is what has been provided to the Legion to date. Yes.
So I'm thinking that's the amendment I'm going to hear. So rather than an amendment, I'm wondering if it'd be increased to 2560.95 and that they be assisted in applying to the grant money for the propane and energy costs. I've got some comments. Am I close on that?
Well, I can live with that, but I still don't think they're going to qualify for their propane costs because of not having an insurance.
Well, that we will follow up with.
And I would like to have this, then if they aren't able to qualify, then come back so that we can look after covering that $1,700.
And I believe that, sorry, that was my intent. Is Gail, do we have a way to word that? I know we're kind of changing a motion, but it saves doing an amendment. I haven't put the motion on the floor. So if we can get the motion.
That's correct, your worship. You haven't put the motion on the floor yet, and this is kind of nice to be able to have this discussion so that we know what ultimately should be put on the floor. And what we'll do just in a moment is put it on the screen so that we can actually see how it would be worded. If you just bear with us for a quick moment, and we'll get it on the screen.
So does everybody understand kind of the direction we're saying, and then we'll help them. And again, we may find out that they can't apply, but we're hoping they can. It's a legitimate cost. You know, as one of the, I know they're not an evacuation center, but they are a reception center. So they should, you know, there's legitimate costs as a reception center that should be recoupable. Oh, the food wouldn't fall into it, but the propane should.
But Mr. Mayor, can't we, because they are that center, can we not
apply for the 1720? I don't know. Well, look,
through your worship, no, we cannot apply for that amount through that funding. It will have to be done by the Legion.
Yeah.
So if I can, your worship, Ms. Zanussi will read the motion that we've prepared for your consideration. And if it is to what we've just discussed, then if you could ask for a mover and a seconder, but I'll ask her to read it.
Yeah.
That the mayor, on behalf of council and the Municipal Emergency Control Group, be authorized to send correspondence to the Breckin-Mara Legion Branch number 488, thanking them for their contributions during the 2025 ice storm state of emergency and advising that the township's previous reimbursement of $1,719.90 may be internally applied toward food costs, while encouraging the Legion to apply to the Business Ice Storm Assistance BISA program or seek other funding opportunities for program-related expenses. And that the township provide an additional $769.10 to the Breckin-Mara Legion Branch number 488, funded from the disaster relief account to put towards food expenditures from the 2025 ice storm state of emergency. And that staff be directed to assist the Breckin-Mara Legion Branch 488 to apply to the Business Ice Storm Assistance BISA program for eligible costs. And that this resolution be referred to the August 25th, 2025 council agenda for same-day ratification.
Right, so we are assisting them, so there'll be a follow-up. It's not in the motion, but there would be a follow-up if it comes back.
Through you, your worship, if this motion is successful, ultimately it would give them the full cost for the food that they have, that was at their expense. We would assist them with applying for that grant, and certainly we would come back to council if in fact they were not successful for consideration, if council wanted to provide further funding.
Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Bell.
And I was just going to say, maybe in the letter, is that where it could appropriately say, if you're not successful with then you can include that. So they know that we're not just dismissing that piece of it.
Absolutely, your worship. We will work with them on that to ensure that it does come back. Yes.
So on that motion, everybody's clear, all in favor? Opposed of any? Not seeing any. Councillor Fisher, if you'd like to come back to the table, we will. Not sure where, you're hiding in the back. All right.
Your worship, I'm wondering if.
Through your
inside the
worship.
Letter, could we attach a certificate of appreciation or something nice and do a public presentation for the Legion?
Through your worship, do we have a mover and seconder for that motion?
I did. I had Councillor Goff and Councillor Bell.
And through your worship, certainly we can work with you on what a certificate of appreciation. We can certainly look at creating something. Yes.
As we work our way through it. Okay, recommendation 2, which is the overall, Tony, and now you can give us because we tried to dance around it for Councillor Fisher's benefit there.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't imagine you want me to reiterate everything that's in the report, as you've all had a chance to read it. However, you're aware that we had a significant ice storm event, and it caused significant damages and power outages, and affected our municipality and the greater spectrum. The key things to take into place is, why did we declare a state of emergency? And basically the decision made to declare a state of emergency was extended power outage with uncertain restoration times, communication breakdown due to power loss in cellular towers. We started to experience that more and more. And we also lost our land connectivity down to our water treatment facility early on. Needs for the extensive cleanup on not only our roads, but parks and trails and other common areas and green spaces. And we were looking to hopefully get provincial aid, which is what we're pursuing now, prioritizing the municipality the province was prioritizing municipalities that had declared an emergency. And that's why those were the main points for considering declaring a state of emergency. Your worship, obviously you were there. We declared a state of emergency, and things unfolded as they did in the report. After we were into a declared state of emergency, we had another pretty significant weather event a couple days later, received another 50 millimeters of rain after we already had 25 millimeters of ice accretion, taking those down. And then we had a quick thaw, and then 50 millimeters of rain, which brought our attention to another focal point within the municipality, the possibility of flooding. And we started to see the waters rise in the Lake St. John area as the Black River had topped. All of this being said, I should probably just jump right down to some of the key findings, what went well. So what we learned from this event was there was very strong regional coordination. Being part of that initial phase with the county emergency management and all of our neighbors, putting a hub in Aurelia, in my personal opinion, of dealing with some emergencies was greatly advantageous to us, and all around. We had the council, we had the county at the table, we had the province at the table, and we were able to engage resources much more efficiently and have a quicker response out. That was one key point. Effective communications, by embracing and having our internal communication communicate directly with their liaisons at that level, the EIO, Emergency Information Officer, communicating directly to each other. Those communications went out and were uniformed. And the information going to the public was very controlled and very matter of fact. Nothing was being made up. We were controlling the narrative to make sure that people had the proper information and adequate resources and ability to get to those resources as needed. And then the resilient infrastructure. What went well there is we recognize from years back, and some around the table will remember back when JET grants were a thing, and we were able to put a lot of permanent generators in a lot of facilities in Ramara, which kept us ahead of a lot of our neighbors. We were able to maintain all of our water systems and things like that. We did have a failure of one of our portable generators, and that caused us some need for catch-up. We were able to source those using our partnership and our resources available, and able to get that backup generation back in place, and allowed us, for lack of better words, to weather that storm relatively successfully for a municipality. We didn't have a lot of the damages others experienced because of our resiliency, and my kudos to this table for having that foresight to ensure that those were in place, that we could weather that storm. Other things was rapid community support, the engagement of warming centers, and I think we've hashed through that enough previously, but there was that engagement, and I'm still going to get into lessons learned, but the warming centers were open very quickly and supplied that resource that people were looking for, from shelter and heat to simply charging their phone, which was probably our biggest uptake, people coming and charging devices. The response of emergency services. I'm actually incredibly proud of this municipality when it comes to these things, because of the size of our municipality and the volume of calls that were handled, not only from an emergency response perspective, as in fire and EMS, I'm talking our infrastructure and the ability of our roads crews to maintain the access for all of those vital services being provided. And it was pretty, growing up here and seeing it, it was pretty impressive to see how well this municipality handled that. And council engagement, I thought went very well. The seat at the table and the dissemination of that information. There was daily and sometimes twice daily updates of that information. It was shared across. It was uniform, so you could talk to the constituents and make sure that information went out. So those were the key highlights we picked up from that we felt went very well. Lessons learned, communication gaps. So the biggest struggle with the communication gaps is we do know our demographic profile here, and we know we have an aged population that don't necessarily migrate to the current or newest forms of social media, and that is a challenge. We tried to make sure that those hubs were here and the availability of that messaging was available, but it is not. During an ice storm, when we didn't have access down some roads, to get that information out to some people was nearly impossible. We did engage all conventional media sources from radio, TV, and all that, but because of the magnitude of the event, it wasn't picked up. Radio wasn't putting our message out a lot. TV, they were telling the global story. Yes, we've had an ice storm, but they weren't specifying specific to Ramara or getting that information out that we wanted necessarily. So we noticed that as a gap that we are looking at ways to better that. But we did engage every form of communication we could. So for an example of that is the suggestion of more signage in the municipality, whether it's electronic or the ability to have that out at key places to get that messaging out. Another lesson learned was the wastewater system strain. So the high groundwater and rainfall stressed water systems, the aqua support was effective, but challenged by uncertainty around power restoration. As you're aware, at the beginning of the ice storm, I believe they said, oh, power will be restored by 11 p.m. the next day or something. And the goalpost kept getting pushed. Talking to Hydro One on that, their system actually had a default that they couldn't overcome and put it so to say 5 days. It always defaulted to, I think, a maximum of 48 hours or something. And they really had a challenge with that. Our discussion to them was, can we just pull it down? But they said no, because the people that were below that window were getting timely information. So they didn't want to pull the system down completely, but we identified that as an issue for sure. Other lessons learned was roles and training. So as everyone's aware, we've had lots of change of staff and lots of reorganization and things like that within the municipality. And with that, there is the training and the understanding of roles and the moving people into new roles and making sure that's engaged. So identified from that is to ensure that there's continual training going on and that the people are aware of their position and what their roles are in the event of an emergency. Moving forward from that, and I know that you've read the report, so I don't want to belabor this any longer, was recommendations. So there was 5 main recommendations that came out of this, and I'll just talk to them very briefly. Number 1, install permanent backup power at Yard 1 to support staff operations, hygiene facilities during an emergency. So what we noticed during that emergency, like everyone else, the people that are employed here were dealing with power out at home, taking care of their families, but also coming into work to respond to the emergency. They didn't have the shower facilities, they didn't have the ability, but there was no less demand for them to be employed. And we just identified by having that one main hub that they all work out of to have backup generation to ensure that they could have flushing toilets and a shower if necessary or whatever. That would be a wise thing to have. They were also working in the dark for a while, trying to work in Yard 1 and find the proper equipment to deal with the issues. So that was number 1 identified. Number 2, invest in additional generators to ensure full backup power coverage at all pumping stations. So I mentioned that one generator that failed. That was one that they had to rotate between. Once it failed, we were now not protecting a couple of stations. So by ensuring that we've got majority, I would let Laura speak to that, but I believe we have the majority of the pumping station covered, but we can, the few remaining would be wise to put in full-time power generation. Number 3, enhance emergency communications with electronic signage at key locations and mobile roadside or real-time public messaging. So we've had discussions in-house in a hot wash that perhaps things like the Ramara Center has a sign, other key locations in the municipality, they are not cheap, but consideration of budgeting those in the future, as well as the mobile signs. If we had mobile signs, we could bring them when it's only in one area of the township, we can now move them to those affected areas and have that display board up that can put messaging and get it out to the people. And that would help with that whole struggle we had with media. We could focus signs like that into populated areas to ensure that messaging is getting across. Number 4 was review position descriptions, and I spoke to that. Clarity, alignment with current best practices, and consistency across the emergency management plan. So as long as everyone's aware of who their counterpart is, whether it's a neighboring CEMC or emergency information officer, EIO, those kind of things, to ensure everyone's aware, consistent, and trained in those positions. And the final recommendation moving forward was implement a universal fuel tracking system to monitor and manage fuel supply across municipal sites during prolonged outages. Because we have 2 different systems in play, and when the power's out, we can't read it. It's physically having to go dip the tanks and making sure everyone's trained on how to do that and those kind of things is something that we also identified. Just because that was one of our first questions when the power was out. Okay, how much fuel do we have on hand and how long are we going to go before we need to get other things in place? So those were the 5 recommendations. This was collaboratively put together, this report. So before I close off or put anyone to sleep, I want to just pass along to the CAO if there was anything you wanted to add to that.
Thank you. Through your worship, I don't think that there's anything further at this point.
All right, thank you. And you mentioned the sign, and I remember you brought that before, and council never wanted to spring for the sign, but now we've seen in an emergency like this, when the communications are down, yeah, just a good old fashioned solid sign out front would have made a difference. Something we definitely going to have to look at in future budgets. And you're right with the radio stations. Actually, CTV was good to give us airtime, and Cool FM and their affiliates. I think 105.9, the country station, were the only two radio stations that would give us any airtime whatsoever. The rest were disinterested in the the larger city of Aurelia or the latest thing that Donald Trump was up to. So that's actually an issue now. Is radio that void that can be caused by some international takes up all the airspace, and then you just can't get time on the airways. So it makes it difficult. Certainly something like a sign would help. And again, county, they always broadcast every year, and we'll do the same advertisement in the fall that, people, when the winter comes and storm season comes, you need to be prepared for a week. We always kind of run that, and we're going to beef up more advertising of that about protecting yourselves when emergency comes. Be prepared, have a week's worth of food, that kind of thing. Very difficult for people in these times to have that much food, but that's a program we always run at county. And the only other thing I'll finish with, I know that when we're in the emergency and the flooding started, do we extend the emergency because of the flooding? Well, no, you can't. The reasons why you declare emergency are clearly spelled out. We would have had the end of one emergency and declare a second one, because you can't just extend one emergency to cover a second one, because it's very scripted on why you can declare an emergency. So thank you for that update. Tony, questions from council? Councilor Bell.
Thank you. So I think part of the conversation needs to be around, so respectfully, because I don't mean you any disrespect. First of all, there's a provincial responsibility here. And I think that obviously the province learned from this, because we're hearing that the province learned from this. So on that side of it, you will be challenged, because if the province was challenged, then this municipality was challenged. So there's some realities that we have, and I recognize that. I also recognize that as far as if there were people in distress, you had all the pieces in place from the perspective of there were ambulances coming. There were ambulances called in from other provinces. All those pieces were happening. But the things that are leaving gaps are the communication gaps. So the municipality was pushing out a daily communication, which I could have read if I'd read Severn's or Aurelia's. It was essentially the same communication. So that's good. But we're not in Severn or Aurelia, we're in Ramara, and we're quite a long way from Aurelia. So radio and TV, people didn't have it because they didn't have generators. And yes, we can push out messaging now to say to people, hey man, you live rurally, get a generator. And maybe moving forward, people will learn that, but they probably won't, because in 6 months or a year, they'll forget what they went through and they won't have a generator when it happens. So even the World Health Organization is turning to social media as a way to reach populations, because it is instant. And even if you have an aging population, there's somebody on that street or on that block who has social media and has a generator and can communicate within the communities. So, and I think the other thing that just happened, even right now, you learned from Joe and I that what you thought was true about how many people needed food and were scared, cold, etc. You don't have the right information, because you have not heard from the people who experienced the event. So I think that one of the things we need to do, and I think it is being done provincially, it's a debrief. And I think we need a debrief, but I think you need a debrief from your council members and a debrief from your community. So we haven't even reported back to the community on, and I could start naming off questions, but I'm not looking for blame. It's not a blame game, right? But we did not see hydro resources deployed to Ramara Township until April 4th. That was 6 days. There were people that were staying up 24 hours a day, hand bailing their basements. I've met them. So 6 days later, they were beyond exhausted. They didn't even have the ability to walk up and down their stairs, but they had to do it because they were to lose their home. So there's a massive disconnect happening here. And it's great that we push out an operational update that talks about the big pieces. It didn't tell people where to get fuel. So if they had a car and no gas, they couldn't get to Aurelia to get food if they wanted to. They had no ability to do it. But I was able to phone the gas stations and say, hello, are you open? What are your hours? They didn't know if they could get their medication. And again, if there's no communication and they don't have gas in their car, how do they know where they can go to a pharmacy? So the regional perspective offers the big ticket items. I agree. And it's not, there's no fault. This is just what it is, right? But the local perspective, the pharmacy was willing to open, and he opened 3 hours a day. So all he could do with no heat, but he opened 3 hours a day. So if you had needed your heart medication, you could have gotten it without having to leave Ramara locally at this end. But I also talked to people from as far away as Wishigo who were flooded, hungry, cold, scared. So I feel that we're missing a lot of pieces about what really went on. And I think that like a debrief is a normal thing after any kind of emergency event. And this is like the 100-year storm, probably the event of the century, maybe for us in our corner of the world. So I think we need to do a lot more. And I think we need a proper outreach into our communities and meetings at our community centers to find out, what did you actually experience? Where did you get your information? Was your information timely enough? What could we have done better so that we never experience those bits and pieces of it again? So I did an amended motion, but I don't know if anybody else has commentary before I would.
I'll look for a response, Tony, and then I'll open up.
Respectfully, your worship, I'm not sure how to respond to that other than, I mean, I agree with the more we know, the better we can forearm ourselves and prepare a better plan or whatever. I guess we could look at different modeling as the representation of the public. If you're gathering that information, we absolutely want to hear about it and use it. So I'm not sure what's being proposed. If it's proposed that we're to engage the public and go to different places and we can, or are you engaging the public and bringing back? I'm just not sure what you're looking for at this point. But I am a firm believer that we can always do better. Always, regardless how well we think we did, there's always the opportunity better. So understanding and having that information allows us to develop that. So
well, the Emergency Management Committee will be meeting again, doing the debrief of this. And again, there will be recommendations on our emergency plan, as there is after every emergency. We update the plan, we bring new recommendations forward at that time. So I guess if we're looking for input, would it go to that committee or would it come to council? I'm not just sure.
Well, I don't disagree. So I'm just going to bring it right back to the fire service. We go to a call, we have a hot wash or a debrief or a PIR and discuss what happened. From what I'm understanding from Councillor Bell is that she's looking for a much larger engagement where we are engaging the entire public, which is a big task in itself to get that. If that's the wishes of council, we will have to look at a way of rolling that out and moving forward. If that's the type of engagement we're looking for, it will be a longer process, but it's, if you want it that way, you'll be getting different information in. So I guess when you're looking at that way, yes, when we go back to our group, we absolutely collect from the pieces of that puzzle that are there that understand those situations, we get that information. If the suggestion is that we're missing a lot of pieces, then maybe we have to look at a different way of getting that information.
All right. So I'll go around the table first. Councillor Tuyu, I know you had comments.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I thought your team did a great job. In Ward 3 and even in the north in Ward 1 where I live, that's, I mean, yeah, it was hard for everybody, not just Brecken. So I guess one of the recommendations I was hoping to maybe add on to in your report was where it says invest in additional generators to ensure full backup coverage at all pumping stations. Like, what about the idea of ensuring every community center has a Generac generator so that they can service that type of reception center that only a few people who live in this neighborhood were able to access courtesy of the Legion? That would be something hopefully that could be covered by the funding that we could request. But yeah, otherwise, thank you very much.
Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. One of the things, and maybe it was discussed when I wasn't in the room, so pardon me for repeating. One of the challenges that we faced where I am, we were fortunate to have a generator, so we were able to keep warm and able to keep our Wi-Fi on, so we were able to get social media updates. However, our phone tower was down, so we could not receive phone calls. It's no secret, this council knows and the public is aware, my son's on the fire department. And when pages were coming through for response, if he didn't hear it right away, fortunately he was home, so we had the Wi-Fi, but without that Wi-Fi, even our fire service wouldn't have been able to get those updates in the app that comes through. Has there been, or is there plans to have future engagement with Bell/Rogers, the towers people, towers that be people, to ensure, and I do understand that there may have been some of the backup power may have been pilfered from those areas to be able to provide the services to those towers, but has there been conversations about how to have a continued supply of power to those cell towers and communication towers? Because that's where we struggled the most up in my area. A lot of people, because we are more rural than in the more populated areas, a lot of us are already hooked up with generator backup because we're set that way. When the power goes out, we can't flush a toilet, we can't turn on a tap, so we're already set as far as that goes. But our communication struggles stemmed from not having cell phones.
Through your worship,
Yes, go ahead.
I'll just speak to that. You spoke to some very good points. So right at the beginning of the emergency, just to speak to your first point about emergency service response, we identified the issue of possible with people not having power and they're running on pagers, our volunteers. Immediately, we put out a message letting every firefighter know that they can come to the fire hall, charge their pagers, charge their phones, and be able to do that. The cell phone point of that conversation, as you're aware, with all of our high speed and the struggles we've had in our municipality, we do not control that. The municipality doesn't have a say where a cell tower goes, or we don't even know about it. They're up and then we find out. On that note, the Emergency Management Ontario, so through the county, through the province, when we meet, we did have these discussions during that event and sent it back up to the province. Historically, I think we engaged well and it worked well. Remember when we had the outage of, I think it was either Rogers, Rogers had a huge outage. And there was people that couldn't call 911 because a lot of people don't carry landlines anymore. They're all cell phone. The province intervened and said, you must now, it might have even been federal that rule came down. You must now support the other users. So if Bell goes down, Roger has to give the capacity to support that. That was very successful. That was a big win. So what we've pushed back after this was that the province be pushing them to ensure that there's backup generation. Will that necessarily happen? There are, I don't know how many towers, thousands. And can they, I hate to say it because Ramara Township is not a huge population. We'd probably be one of the last places to get backup power for a cell tower. They'd put it into bigger, heavier populated areas, but that ask has gone forward. So I don't have a definitive answer for you, but we've certainly recommended that was a huge identified issue. And just to wrap that conversation up, in the plan, if any of you have dug into it deep enough to read that, if communication goes out in the municipality, this is a last ditch effort, but the last effort is that we put municipal vehicles throughout the municipality at key locations where the people would have to get to, or however they're going to do that, and they can use the two-way radios. Because we own the tower, we own the infrastructure, we own the power, and we're directly connected to the CERB, the Central Emergency Response Bureau. That information is like making a 911 call, but you have to get to that. That is a last-ditch effort. It is not the best thing, but we do have backups after backups in place to try to ensure we have that coverage.
Interesting enough, on the backup towers, I think it was cold water cell tower. Somebody stole the generator during the emergency and then that tower went black. Deputy Mayor, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I do. I just have a couple comments. Number one, I think our team did a fantastic job. And I think there's always things to learn out of this. And I think every day we met, we learned something new. We responded to everything that was changing. And every day we had a new event or a new obstacle that came up and our team seemed to overcome that, did a great job. So I think we've done well. I agree. There's always some things we can improve. I have taken the time myself to go and speak to people in every single board, including some of the people at the Hayloft in Bayshore. And 99% of the people say we did an amazing job. And they were impressed with it. Is there people that are upset or passionate or very emotional about what happened? For sure. It was scary. I understand people being scared. At the end of the day, we can't be responsible for private businesses being able to stay open. As much as we'd like to, people, if they have issues with heart medication, they need to go to the hospital. They need to be directed to go to the places they can get the help immediately. We can't do it from here. Our job was to get the power back on, to open the roads, to make sure that we've prevented flooding. We did the things we had to do as a municipality. And I think we can't get caught up in, we can't fix every problem for every family in our municipality. We have to do the majority of things for the people. And I think that's what we did. So I don't want to also spend a lot of our staff time doing this, you know, huge exploration into what we can do. And hopefully we never see an ice storm like this again. But if we release this at some point, maybe there's a link that says if you have feedback that we could consider for future or how we could improve, great. But I don't think we need to go to every community center and have a big open house and a debrief. I don't see the need in the money or the staff time for that myself.
I like the idea of having something where people can post their concerns and then it can get to the emergency management group. That's where some of the folks don't understand. Like there's provincial emergency, like the hydro, there's municipal emergencies and ours, again, road infrastructure, and then there's personal emergencies. And we can't help the people with the personal emergency, like their house flooding. Now, flooding because the river's overflowing, that becomes a municipal emergency if our roads are blocked. But it's actually not an emergency if the houses are flooding. It's only if our infrastructure is in peril. That's one of the pillars that we have to hit when we're declaring emergency. What is the state of the emergency at a municipal level? And if it's houses flooding, if our infrastructure is still good and our roads are still passable, is it an emergency and can we declare it's personal emergency? Absolutely devastating to somebody whose house is flooding, but it's not a municipal emergency. And that's the different pillars and the checklists that we have to look at and how we deal with it. Councillor Snutch, Councillor Goff? Okay, you have a suggestion. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. And I just want to be clear, I didn't say that there were people frightened in Brecken. I said there were people frightened in Ramara, and I was talking to people in Washago and Seabright and Atherley. So I certainly wasn't speaking of Brecken as its own standalone part of the municipality. And I do understand that whatever was happening in people's homes was happening in their homes, but there, you know, I don't really want to get into the nitty gritty of this, but I will if that's what we need to do. So there was no preparation leading up to the storm where there was a meeting with council, for example. There was no question that the storm was coming. Everybody knew it, but we didn't have a meeting ahead of time to be prepared for what we would do when it happened. We didn't have any meetings during the storm. We didn't have any meetings after the storm. So the only communication that went out from the mayor and deputy mayor were either on TV, which nobody could see, by radio, which nobody could hear. And then we had the operational updates, which would, again, only be going out to the people who could see social media. Neither were in my community. And if they were, they didn't make themselves visible to the people in my community. I don't know which communities they were in the township, but one of the hugest pushbacks I've heard is, where were my leaders? Why was I alone? Why didn't I have any information? So take that for what it is. I'm sorry that those are the hard realities. People were looking for their leaders and they weren't there. For example, propane, and you know this because I made contact with the emergency relief folks on the 3rd of April when I found out that propane wasn't being delivered. So that event, it took a day and a half before that ultimately was resolved between, you know, us and then getting it to the propane companies. Those are the kinds of things that we can learn from, because obviously what needed to happen was we needed to tell the propane companies right out of the gate, yes, it's essential and you should have already known that, but they didn't because they weren't delivering. So now we know that and it won't happen again. But those kinds of pieces, I don't know if everybody else in the room knows that propane wasn't being delivered until April 3rd. And so if we don't have the debrief, we don't learn those small bits and pieces, and then we can't learn from them and we can't do a better job the next time. It's not a commentary on whether somebody did a good job. It's about learning. And this was a massive event and an easy one to learn from. So not engaging with our communities, that's like saying, well, okay, so you were scared, flooding and cold. We're not that worried about it. We don't think it's going to happen again. Or we think we know so much that we don't want to hear from you because we think we're past that. I don't think that's the right way. So my
And nobody made that, just for clarification, I did not at any point in time state that.
Okay, I'll just stop everybody there. We don't want to talk over one another. A couple of comments. Yeah, no, council didn't meet. The emergency management group met. The EMC, the Emergency Management Control Group, met. We did declare a severe weather event before or shortly after it happened. Council does not meet because council does not handle the emergency. The Emergency Management Control Group handles the emergency. Council is only called in when, and we were called in at one point, I did call an emergency council meeting to release the fundings for the cleanup as we wanted to the next stage during the emergency. So council is communicated and called together as a council when required to release funding or something that can't be done through the emergency management group. But make no mistake, you don't call a council meeting for an emergency. The emergency management group immediately responds. And in this case, it's actually Tony that was in charge of the emergency. And we're all there to assist Tony in dealing with the emergency in this particular one. Depends on what the emergency is. If it's a fire emergency, and this time it was Tony that stepped up, he's in charge. We're all there to assist him. So it's council doesn't deal with the emergency. The group that's been trained and has rehearsed and practiced is what deals with that event. And that is exactly what happened. And we did declare, we actually met on the Sunday prior to even declaring on the Monday. So the group came together as soon as the issue started, and then we dealt with it. It's not a council issue. It's a council issue now on going forward, but not during the emergency. There is a process in place we followed. Now, do you have a suggested motion?
Thank you. I didn't ask for a council meeting. I said that council did not receive any contact from the leaders, the mayor, the deputy mayor, which is true.
That is not true. As soon as I came on board, I called you every day.
No, you called me once.
And then you stopped taking my call. Point of order, folks.
I have an amendment.
Point of order, folks. Actually, how the information is held out again is the choice, and it was actually done later through our media department is where the council was getting their updates, same as county council. I don't call 32 councilors when we're in the emergency. The media updates are sent first to the council members and then to the public. So that is how we now keep everybody informed of what's going on. I will take your amendment, please.
Thank you. That council directs staff to prepare a comprehensive after-action review of the March to April 2025 ice storm, including a full chronology of decisions, resource requests, communications, relief operations, and service impacts, including water, sewage, and propane. And that the AAR be presented to council at a special meeting open to the public to allow residents and stakeholders to ask questions and provide input. That the AAR include recommendations for revision, any revisions to the response plan, and that any service infrastructure improvements be referred for consideration in the 2026 budget process.
Anybody understand that motion? Explain your motion, please. Well, do you have a seconder? You read the motion. Do we have a seconder?
Oh, yeah, no, I don't. So there's,
Okay,
we may as well move on, right?
Then we have the motion that's on the agenda then. So recommendation motion 2 then, if we could read it.
If I can, Your Worship, just staff are putting that up, and Ms. Sanusi reads the motion. We've broken down the last 2 remaining pieces of this particular report to deal with just the general report. And then the second motion that we'll put on the floor later on is the actual motion that we need in order to apply for the MISA funding. So if, with your blessing, Your Worship, we'll put the first motion on the floor.
Yes, please.
That report ECG 02/2025 dated August 25th, 2025 regarding ice storm 2025 emergency response summary and action items be received. And that recommendations arising from the emergency responses outlined in report ECG 02/2025 be referred to the 2026 budget process for consideration and prioritization. And that the report be referred to the August 25th, 2025 council agenda for same day ratification.
Okay, moved by Councillor Goff, second by the deputy mayor. Questions on the motion? All in favor? Question, yes. Clarification?
Yes, I was just wondering if what I had asked for, and including the recommendations that staff investigate the idea of Generac generators for our community centers would be included in that report. I mean, sorry, that.
Tony, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Too. Though I think it would be incredibly valuable for those places to have them. The biggest concern, I was invited to talk to Ramona, and I will just reiterate what I said to them, that I think it would be absolutely beneficial for them to have one. But because it's not a municipal asset, you don't own the facility, to be putting the municipal money into it might be questionable. I think it's absolutely valuable, but I did put them on to some grant opportunities, where as a private non-for-profit, they can apply for funding for that. But that's just, I just wanted to be clear is that I've communicated that before, and council, if they deem a better approach, by all means.
Councillor to you.
Thank you. I meant more of the municipally owned community centers such as Udney or Longford.
I think we'll be looking at all into the emergency management group when we're back together. Counselor Fisher. on
I
the
just
motion.
want clarification on the motion. Just the way that it's presented in the agenda, part of that motion is motion one, not motion
Right.
two. And because I declared, I'm just trying to figure out where I'm sitting.
No,
here. I
no,
won't
you
get in
just
trouble.
declare it on the section and you're fine. There's nothing up
Because
here
that's
about the
been
leaching.
pulled in.
Yes,
Okay, so
we
don't look at
pulled-
what's on my computer.
Right, we got the
Okay.
top center because we did separate them after your declaration. And then we don't have the one on here that we're gonna apply for the funding, correct? That'll be a separate motion. Okay, so on this motion, all in favor, and there's no conflicts, opposed of any? In favor, all right, and now the second motion, which I believe is to apply for the funding.
So whereas the corporation of the Township of Ramara has eligible costs directly linked to the March 2025 ice storm, be it resolved that the council of the corporation of the Township of Ramara hereby requests assistance under the Municipal Ice Storm Assistance Program. Be it further resolved that Manoa Higgins, Director of Financial Services / Treasurer, Laura Pye, General Manager of Development and Infrastructure, and Gail Jackson, Chief Administrative Officer, are given delegated authority to verify and attest to the accuracy of the application package. And that this resolution be referred to the August 25th, 2025 council agenda for same day ratification.
That'll be ratified again today, moved by Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Fisher, and we need to get it out ASAP because from what I understand from our delegation, there may be different times they release the money, so the sooner we get it in, hopefully the sooner that we get reimbursed. Don't want to be the last one. So on that motion, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. I think I'm on to department reports now, am I? Yes. CAO, because I think, honestly, I don't think you're going to finish the agenda by 4 o'clock. When I was leaving, I was going to suggest I'm available August 27th, 29th, and September 2nd if you need to reschedule a meeting. Those ones I have, if you have to debate on a rescheduling to finish the agenda, I don't see a world where you're going to get through this agenda. Yeah, so we're going to try and focus on the time sensitive ones, maybe.
Through you, your worship, yes, that would be ideal if we could deal with the time sensitive ones. Certainly, if you want to deal with Aqua, then you can certainly, with the agreement of council, move that item forward. So it could be dealt with now.
I'm looking around the table for time sensitive. I'm getting everybody in agreement. I don't think I need a vote on that, do I?
Yes.
I
We
will need a
require a
vote,
mover and a seconder and a two-third majority of council.
I need a 2/3 majority. So what we're now going to do is focus on the time sensitive ones. And again, you'll be chairing the end of the meeting at whatever time you decide to adjourn. You definitely have to get your bills and bylaws and the ratification bylaw or nothing's official. So moved by Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Tuyu, that very hard to say that we play with the agenda to deal with the time sensitive issues.
Yes, that's fine, your worship.
And ratify as much as you can prior to adjournment. And again, if we have to reschedule a meeting, those are the dates I'm available right now. So I need a 2/3 majority. All in favor of that? Opposed, if any? It was unanimous. So I know I didn't give you time to draft up that motion.
So through you, your worship, we will now deal with the Aqua report. So I believe Ms. Pye will introduce that report.
And with that, this is the time I had to leave. So I will turn the meeting over to the deputy mayor. Get out of your way, sir.
Thank you, your worship. Just ahead of the Aqua staff coming up and giving us a quick presentation, I did want to mention that this is for the renewal of their contract. Earlier in closed, we did discuss the financial component of this. One update where we will adjust the motion that is listed is that the 1.9% increase for the remainder of this year is no longer required. So it will only be for the $2,045,182 for the first full term of the contract. And at that, I will turn it over to Ms. Baker.
Yeah, come on up. Yeah. Just hit that middle button, please, Natalie. Thank you. Yeah, just hit the button and when you're ready to go, go ahead.
Good afternoon, council, township staff. My name is Natalie Baker, Business Development Manager with the Ontario Clean Water Agency. Today, we also have Karen Laurenti, who I believe is sitting behind me, Richard Junkin, Vice President of Operations, and Megan Lockwood, Process and Compliance Technician. So in this presentation, which I will really try to keep short for you to hear today, I'm going to start with a bit of a history lesson outlining who Aqua is and our operations across the province, and then go into a bit of an overview of the past 5 years, highlighting different aspects of our operating partnership. And I don't have control of that, so I guess I just say next slide. Next slide, please. So prior to 1993, all water and wastewater facilities were actually owned and operated by the Ministry of the Environment. When ownership was transferred back to the municipalities, the Ontario Clean Water Agency was created under the Capital Investment Plan Act and was designated as an operational enterprise agency. Aqua offers the best of both worlds as a public agency operating for the public good with you and your residents as shareholders, and yet efficiently as a private company that doesn't receive any type of funding support from the province. Aqua is efficient with a depth of resources available to ensure safe and reliant operations. Aqua has a depth of staffing resources with essential service agreements to ensure continuous service delivery, meaning in a time of employee strike, your facility operations would not be affected. We operate for 180 neighboring towns, just like the Township of Ramara, with the mandate to protect human health and the environment. Slide. So we currently service more than 75% of the existing outsourced market in Ontario, and our clients are made up of municipalities, First Nations, industries, and institutions. We have approximately 1,000 employees providing a full range of technical and advisory services. Comprehensive management systems and programs are well integrated into operations, giving you peace of mind, which include health and safety, quality, and environmental management. The scale and scope of our operations is quite expansive. We operate one of the largest membrane filtration plants in North America, the world's largest municipal biosolids incineration complex, and some of the smallest communal systems in remote Ontario. Next slide, please. Aqua is more than just an operations and maintenance company with various corporate resources, which include an engineering department, planning, construction management, training, as well as technical and advisory services like process optimization, energy management, and asset management. Our goal is to assist clients in managing their water and wastewater facilities at every stage of the asset life cycle. Many of the support services shown in the slide today have actually been utilized by the Township of Ramara. Some of these services were also included as part of Aqua's RFP submission to the township, resulting in significant cost avoidance for the township. Next slide. So continuing on with that, as part of the RFP process, Aqua proposed targeted services to help address operational gaps within the township's facilities. These included a facility optimization study for Bayshore, a 10-year capital investment plan for all sites, outpost remote monitoring for 7 facilities, as well as multiple pump stations that didn't have any type of remote monitoring, and an energy efficiency walkthrough. All services were provided at no cost as part of our overall package at a value of $241,000. Now, I am going to speak a little bit about the facility optimization study for Bayshore in a future slide, but Aqua did deliver a detailed engineered 10-year capital investment plan on the review of all equipment condition and performance history. This resulted in a long-term plan balancing affordability and service expectations and met OREG 588 under the asset management planning. In addition to that, Aqua's energy specialists identified some cost savings opportunities that were also included as part of that, to be included part of the long-term capital planning. We also deployed Outpost 5 to enable remote monitoring control, improving operational efficiency and reducing risk across 7 facilities, including multiple pump stations. Next slide, please. So Aqua takes a shared services approach to operations, which allows us to find economies of scale and cost savings for our clients. This approach allows us to purchase bulk supplies and equipment province-wide, which produces savings that municipalities usually wouldn't see. We use a hub and spoke model to deliver service where larger operation contracts anchor a hub and shared services and resources are deployed to those spokes. So the Township of Ramara falls within the edge of two regions, the Kawartha-Trent region, which services 12 municipalities, 2 First Nations, and 16 other commercial clients. The township also borders our Georgian Highland region, which you can see here in orange, which has another 25 clients, including 12 municipalities like the Township of Springwater, Essa, Tay, and Wasaga Beach. Next slide, please. So Aqua has 11 regional hubs across the province, and clients within each region may locally share management, operations, mechanics, compliance techs, and electrician. This org chart here represents the staff complement for the Township of Ramara. We currently have a senior operations manager who oversees the operations supervisor and 4 operator mechanics. The senior operations manager reports to Karen for overall leadership. Our model provides our staff with the depths of support behind the scenes. For example, our process and compliance technician in Ramara is supported by the safety, process, and compliance manager in the region, who is then supported by the entire corporate compliance department. And those resources have been utilized in Ramara with meetings with the MECP. Next slide. So under the current contract between Aqua and the township, we operate all water and wastewater facilities owned by the township. I certainly won't go through all the included services today because we would be here all day, but just some operations include daily rounds, review of trending and residuals, distribution checks and chlorine residuals, monitoring flows, chemical use, and water quality, sampling and lab testing, routine maintenance and major maintenance, compliance management and regulatory reporting. If you are ever looking for a little nighttime reading, I'm sure that you could go through the full details in your personal time. Moving on. So while we have achieved many operational successes over the past 5 years, we've also faced some challenges within the township-owned facilities, just like a lot of clients' facilities. Our focus remains on continuous improvement, and we have worked with staff throughout the term to implement recommendations and solutions. So immediately after the transition to Aqua, we completed a facility optimization study for Bayshore, which included a study of all historical documentations of the site, detailed site visits, and then a full analysis combining all the collected data and on-site observations. This allowed Aqua engineers to establish a baseline conditions and identify constraints limiting capacity and performance. We assess the system's ability to meet the current and future regulatory and community needs and benchmark performance against similar Aqua-operated facilities. That final report was presented to council with key findings on process and operations, recommendations for improvement, including potential capital upgrades, re-rating, and new facility construction. I know we've come a long way since that time. On a very positive note, this year we have seen significant improvements now that the township has switched mowers at the site. This has decreased mower ruts and pooling, enabling expansion of the spray heads into previously unmaintained areas. For many years, the Lagoon City water plant has experienced some challenges for raw water quality as well, which continue to affect overall performance. In 2022, the issue nearly led to a service disruption and has since caused reoccurring operational concerns. Aqua has recommended a comprehensive study followed by implementation of recommended solutions to address the root cause of that. Next slide, please. This is a slide I like to present. So all water facilities owned by the township under Ontario Regulation 170 of the Safe Drinking Water Act are to receive annual inspections by the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks. The primary focus of the inspection is to confirm compliance with ministry regulations, as well as evaluating conformance with ministry drinking water related policies and guidelines during that inspection period. The ministry utilizes a comprehensive multi-barrier approach in the inspection of water systems that focuses on source water, treatment, distribution, monitoring components, as well as management practices. I'm very happy to report that the most recent inspection for all water facilities owned by the township received a 100% inspection rating with 0 non-compliances. Next slide. Aqua uses integrated systems to enhance service delivery and compliance. These include process data management, which is a centralized platform for field data, lab results, and instrumentation. And this is used for reporting and analysis, as well as asset maintenance system known as our computerized maintenance management system. So Aqua's in-house system avoids third-party costs, supports budgeting, and identifies high-maintenance assets for replacement, which I will go over on the next slide. So Aqua's CMMS is more than just a computerized listing of equipment and recommended maintenance. It also addresses the risk of asset failure by properly scheduling maintenance and repair of our clients' assets. Aqua uses IBM Maximo, which is represented here in just a screenshot if an operator would go into a particular site. And it's continually updated and further enhanced as maintenance and activities take place. So we use it to track, schedule, and document all maintenance activities, including equipment warranties and capital works. So starting in the fall of 2020, Aqua's computerized maintenance management system has replaced the paper card system, which was previously used at the township's facilities. We'll go to the next slide. So the computerized maintenance management system just described has allowed your operations team to tag and keep an inventory of 1,194 assets within the facilities owned by the township. Each piece of tagged equipment has a unique barcode and ID number, and the system schedules monthly, quarterly, and annual maintenance based on the owner's manuals and best practices for that each piece of equipment. So since the start of the current term, your operations team has completed 8,119 work orders. 5,847 were all preventative maintenance actions for the equipment to prolong the life of each asset. 1,251 were corrective, meaning they saw something wrong with a piece of equipment and entered it in themselves to correct. 100 were capital and 921 were operational. Next slide. So every year, the township is provided with a 10-year major maintenance and capital recommendation list for that facility. The list is created using a combination of information such as operational knowledge and experience working with the facilities, engineering design, and information from the computerized maintenance management system I just explained. So the document contains a list of requests for equipment replacement and repair, as well as an explanation as why it's being recommended. For example, as a replacement relates to compliance or health and safety. The table in this slide represents the different reasons why a recommendation is being made. And then we provide a level of priority for the request seen in the legend at the side with a high, medium, or low priority, which is usually something that enters into different years. Once submitted, we wait for approval from council and work with township staff to proceed on the work being completed. It is important to note, even if the full list is approved, Aqua does not have to complete each project. The township could oversee the work themselves, utilize another contractor, or contract the work to Aqua. It is at the full discretion of staff and the township. Next slide. So since 2021, Aqua has managed just over 3.4 million in capital projects for the township, fully aligned with all purchasing guidelines. These investments reflect Aqua and the township's commitment to maintaining and upgrading infrastructure on an ongoing basis. Next slide, please. Aqua has submitted to the town a renewal proposal that was included as part of today's agenda. The proposal highlights Aqua's operating philosophies and experience working with the township, as well as proposed revisions for the new operating term that Laura put forward. Our current agreement contains the option for the township to extend the term for 5 years under the same operating conditions, and we believe the 5-year extension will provide the township with continuation of service, supporting system-wide improvements, provides stability for long-term programs, maintains consistent staffing, and enables extended tracking of asset maintenance and process performance. Slide, please. I promise I'm wrapping up soon. Our community partnership framework reflects the way we feel about our role in supporting local economies, communities, and the environment. So as a part of the communities we serve, many Aqua employees choose to support local events and initiatives. This photograph in the slide is Aqua's water buggy that can be used for many different types of events, whether it's a fair, really any event that you would like to decrease the purchasing of plastic bottles and refill the permanent ones. So you can reach out to us at any time if you have events that you would like us to be included in. Next slide. Aqua's One Water Education Program puts operators into grade 7 and 8 classrooms in client communities to show the importance of clean and safe water and to teach kids about their local and water and wastewater facilities. So these are your local operators going in to teach them about it. It was born in 2014 out of the desire to strengthen and formalize our commitment to water literacy. We worked with a team of educators and aqua operators to develop materials for grade 8 students, where teachers were already focusing on the science curriculum and the water table. So this program is available to aqua clients communities only, and we've had over 6,000 students go through the program to date. We are always looking for new schools to take part. I've personally been involved in this program in the classrooms, and I have to say the kids really love the content and the activities, ask some really fun questions about water and wastewater. We have completed this program at both the Brecken Public School and the Foley Catholic School in the Township of Ramara, and we're hoping to continue those moving forward. We're also very proud to share that Aqua's One Water program actually has been named a finalist for the Education Award at the Water Canada Awards. So we're crossing our fingers for a September announcement. And the very last slide that I have here, one last thing that we do for local communities is mentioned. Aqua partnered with the Clean Water Foundation on the I Don't Flush awareness campaign, which encourages the public to properly dispose of household items rather than to flush them down the toilets. So the campaign has reached hundreds of thousands of individuals and gets the word out on proper disposal of household items, which helps shift behavior and create a real change in the wastewater treatment facilities. If you go to that website, you can see some great videos, and always can be used on social media as well to go out to your residents. And that is what I had today. If you have any questions. I tried to talk really fast.
No, that's great. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for everything you guys do. It's nice to see those 100% checks coming back in compliance. It's a really good thing. Do we have a motion to put on and put on the floor and then open up for discussion if there's any questions?
So it's just on the screen as well, if you'd like to follow along. That report ID 2725 dated August 18th, 2025, regarding renewal of contract with Ontario Clean Water Agency be received, and that the contracted services for drinking water and wastewater operations be renewed for an additional 5 years to the Ontario Clean Water Agency in the amount of
$45,000.
In the amount of $2,045,182 for the full first year of the term, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to enter into the agreement, and that the report be forwarded to the August 25th, 2025 council meeting for same-day ratification.
Great. Can I have perfect? Joe's going to move it as seconder. Councillor Fisher. All in favor? Or any discussion? I should put it there first. No? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you for being patient and waiting.
No, thanks for having us.
Thank you. Okay, I might need your help, CAO Jackson, just as what I want to hit up first next.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So we certainly do have a fair amount of items left on the agenda that, yes, indeed, are time sensitive. Our procedure bylaw enables us to go to 4:30, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and if necessary beyond that, we just need to pass a motion. So let's see if okay with you and the rest of council will continue.
Sure.
So item number 1151, which is the annual building department report, can be deferred until September. So if that's okay with council, we'll defer that. Not ideal, but it is a pretty substantive issue. 1152 is the canine control bylaw. Based on the other items on the agenda, we would recommend that that one be deferred. I know it's not ideal, but just based on the other items. So we would ask that that be deferred until September.
Okay. Councillor Sant, you had a concern or a question?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Councillor Bell.
Sorry, thank you. Your mic wasn't on, was what I was going to say, but also I was wanting a deferral too, because I don't think the fines are high enough in that. So, but then if we defer it today and then we all want to come back and talk about changing the fines, we're really deferring it 2 months.
Through
That's
you.
the only thing that's all I'm saying.
Do you want to maybe approach it, Councillor Bell, is we're going to defer it and ask that they add that, or will we refer it back to staff, ask for some more information for the next one?
Because I don't want it, because if we
Can I
defer, it could go
suggest
too
something?
long.
I think the public should be encouraged to make any comments on the bylaw, and all councillors, if they have comments on the bylaw, should get them into Tony. And then he can come back on the 25th and maybe, or not 25th, whenever the next meeting is, and we can get all done at once. But it's just for additional input, and it's basically dotting the i's and crossing the t's and come up with how big of a sign we need.
Okay,
So I
Councillor
agree.
Bell, does that,
But get our comments in.
Councillor Bell, does that capture what you're looking for?
Yeah, I just was worried that we're gonna end up being 2 months, that's all.
Okay.
But I guess that's a start anyway. If we are, we are, I guess, yeah.
I think we probably put it together that day if we had that information for the next meeting.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, absolutely. If it is out for public consumption now, albeit meant to be discussed today, but certainly the public does have access to it. And if any comments, send them our way, and then we'll be well prepared for the September 22nd meeting. So that's great. The item 1153, which is a municipal support resolution for the Atura project, we would recommend that one actually be dealt with today. So if I can, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we would put that motion on the floor for discussion.
Should we have a motion on the floor for the first two as well, though? First?
We'll take it under if it's the consent of council, essentially, we can pass motions to defer all of those, or you'll just see those on your next agenda, whatever you're more comfortable with.
Okay, I think we should actually do a deferral, a motion to defer the
Okay.
one on the K9 because we wanted more information on that one specifically. And then we can move to the rest and wait to the end. And if we have to move those to the next agenda, we can. Does that make sense?
So if you want, Mr. Deputy Mayor, what we would do is you would entertain a motion to postpone 1151 to September 22nd. So you just need a mover and seconder for that.
Seconder for that. Councillor Goff, Councillor Snutch, all in favor? Okay, that one's done.
And a motion to postpone item 1152, which is canine control.
Okay, Councillor Snutch, Councillor Fisher, all in favor? Oh, is there a question?
I was gonna say, if we're amending anyway, can we amend that, that you could put out social media, just that, so that if we're asking for engagement, we maybe drive some engagement? Can we just add that to it?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we wouldn't normally amend a postponement motion, but I will take that under advisement and ask our communications manager to just put out a social media that this item is on the agenda for September 22nd, pending the outcome of the vote, and then the public is well aware.
Okay, Councillor.
And the public has time to get their comments.
Correct.
Yes, I support that.
Okay, great. All in favor? That is carried.
Excellent. Okay, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, then we'll have the motion put on the screen and Ms. Zanussi read the motion regarding the Atura project.
Sorry, the what project?
It's the Atura, the one they did the presentation.
And so that report BP 3625 regarding the request for a municipal support resolution regarding the Gamebridge Solar Project for a 25 megawatt ground mount solar farm for a proposal to the Ontario Independent Electricity Operator at 1901 Ramara Road 47 be received, and that council approve the request for a municipal support resolution, and that the draft municipal support resolution be finalized and forwarded to the mayor and deputy mayor for signature, and that the CAO be authorized to execute the community benefits agreement.
Okay.
And if I can, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Ms. Stong is here to speak to this particular matter, and I'm not sure if she needed to advise anything regarding the report, or the report is fine as is.
Sorry, there's a lot of cords over here. Good afternoon. I don't have anything to add to the report. It is a request for municipal support resolution for the Gamebridge Solar Project. The one thing that is going to be changing on the municipal support resolution, if council does choose to go forward, is the proponent name is changing to Gamebridge Solar Inc. So just when the mayor and deputy mayor receive it, the proponent name will be slightly different than what's on the draft. But I don't have anything to add, but I'm open to answering any questions.
Great. Okay, so we put that on the floor for me. Councillor Tuyu, Councillor Fisher. Okay, open up for questions or concerns. Councillor Bell.
I just have one question on this agreement, and where it says, and that the CAO be authorized to execute the community benefits agreement. You're just executing the agreement between the township and Atura, but then how the community benefits are allocated within the municipality would come back to council, correct?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, absolutely.
Yep.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or concerns? Okay, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, next item.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And I hope you don't mind me going through these, just I know which ones are time sensitive. So the next item is 1154, which is the shore wall retaining wall building code matter. And I'm sure that Ms. Clark will have an introductory to this particular report.
Okay.
Okay.
So the purpose of this report is to inform council of the chief building official's interpretation of the building code and introducing a new process for regulating retaining walls or shore walls within the entire municipality. Essentially, upon surveying surrounding areas, speaking to networks, consulting legal, as well as reviewing recent case law, shore walls will now qualify as retaining walls under the definition of the building code if it meets the criteria of 1335. Because of this, however, it is recommended that we amend bylaw 2017-25 to align with the building code for enforceable standards, as municipal bylaws cannot override provincial legislation. So we are hoping to, or the proposal is to amend the shore wall bylaw 2017-25, excuse me, to basically shorten it to mandate shore walls in Lagoon City. And then the rest of the enforceable aspects of it will be under the building code. So I'm happy to take any questions with that.
Great, thank you. Let's get the motion up first and I'll get it on the floor.
So that report, BP 3425, dated August 8, 2025, regarding shore wall / retaining wall building code be received. And that council support the interpretation of shore walls as retaining walls regulated under the Ontario Building Code when meeting the criteria set out in Division A, Section 1.3.3.5. And that bylaw number 2017-25 be amended as set out in Schedule A to this report.
Great, so put that on the floor for me, please. Councillor Dove, Councillor Bell, open it up for discussion. Councillor Snatch.
Thank you. I need some plain English on this one. So if I was a resident in Lagoon City and this bylaw passes, what are the changes from what it is right now?
So through the chair, the changes are you need a building permit now, opposed to it being, I guess, processed previously through the shore wall bylaw. So the shore law bylaw will be amended to reflect just the requirement of having a shore wall, but everything now would be done through the Building Code Act through a building permit application form. Essentially, which I do explain in here, is that means it needs to be professionally engineered. It needs to meet applicable law, which means like Simcoe, as well as the Ministry of the MNR are need approvals. And then we'd be issuing building permits for that. I think I answered your questions, or is there?
Sort of. I'm looking for something even simpler, like if
Okay.
somebody in Lagoon City was going to build a shore wall years ago when we went through this. Now we've put this in. What has changed?
Well, previous to this, they were issuing permits under the bylaw, and that was, I guess, I want to say it was a means to the void of it being under the Building Code Act during the development of Lagoon City. So now we have, or now my interpretation is that this be a building permit. So you would apply just like you would any other structure for building approval. So what it would remove, what we're removing from the original shore wall bylaw is all of the design criteria, as it all now follows under the building code. So all of your aesthetics, as well as your structural requirements, would be under the building code now under Part 4 rather than the shore wall bylaw.
Okay, so let me ask you the direct question. How would this affect the difference between having a concrete slab on top and having some other obstacle as far as a visual aspect of the shore wall?
So through the chair, there would be no aesthetics. There would be no requirement for a concrete top on top of the shore walls.
Good.
Thank you.
Dana? Councillor Hughes. Good? Yeah.
Yes. Thanks.
Can I turn the mics off and not use them?
Through you. Can you clarify, is this only for Lagoon City, or would it apply to people, for example, on rivers who have to deal with shoreline erosion as a result of flooding and so on? Like, would there be necessity to get a permit from the township going forward?
So through the chair, this would be township wide. So if it follows the criteria being higher than 1 meter of exposed building face, which is defined in the Ontario Building Code, every retaining wall, shore wall, will require a building permit moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Just give me 1 second. Go ahead.
Thank you. So typically I don't read, but this is, I should have known about this. Well, I did know about this sooner than the agenda was published, but certainly not soon enough, given that I'm the Ward 5 councillor and this has direct impact on my entire community. So I'm going to read because this time it's easier for me to have an organized structure. So I have a number of concerns, the legal risk and the economic impact. A legal opinion from the LCPWC's council should be obtained to ensure compliance with Madam Justice Healy's 2024 ruling quashing bylaws 2020.16 and 0.57. So, yeah, okay, so a legal opinion from the, but if I slow down, then don't please say to me, you're over your 3 minutes, right?
As long as it's on track, Councillor Bell, we're fine.
A legal opinion from the LCPWC's council should be obtained to ensure compliance with Madam Justice Healy's 2024 ruling quashing bylaws 2020.16 and 0.57 for bad faith and reinstating bylaw 2017.25. Shore walls are vital structural elements embedded deeply to resist lateral earth water pressure and prevent canal erosion. Removal of standard drawings forces homeowners to pay for geotechnical and engineering services despite proven designs risking bad faith. An economic impact study would be needed to quantify homeowners' costs for removing standard drawings. Shore wall structural compliance is the next category. A legal opinion from the LCPWC's council should be obtained to ensure shore walls meet building code standards. The 2024 ruling affirmed LCPWC's autonomy under the MARA Act to enforce shore wall regulations. A legal opinion from the lawyer, LCPWC lawyer, ensures the amendments respect the autonomy and correctly apply OBC, Ontario Building Code requirements, avoiding missteps and aligning with the need to avoid bad faith as required by the Municipal Act 2001, Section 273, and ensuring compliance with the court's findings. Next category is undermining LCPWC autonomy. Healy's ruling affirmed LCPWC's sole jurisdiction to enforce shore wall regulations and the township to set bylaws. Transferring oversight to the building department contradicts this, risking non-compliance with the MARA Act and procedural unfairness. Ignoring LCPWC input repeats the mistake of bypassing their authority as criticized in the 2024 decision. There's a lack of public engagement. We'd need to conduct robust public consultation with Lagoon City residents before amending or repealing 2017.25. Healy's ruling highlighted the township's failure to engage residents, contributing to the bad faith findings. A single motion approach lacks transparency, risking distrust and legal challenges under Municipal Act Section 223.2 pertaining to integrity oversight. Public engagement ensures resident input on impacts, preventing the mistake of unilateral decision-making. Property value impact, the risk of shantytown. To study the impact of non-uniform shore walls on property values to protect Lagoon City's economic stability. Inconsistent shore walls may harm marketability. Failing to assess this repeats the mistake of overlooking community-wide consequences. Therefore, I move to defer report BP 3425 for these 5 reasons. 1, to obtain a legal opinion from LCPWC's council to ensure compliance with the 2024 Healy ruling and avoid bad faith under Municipal Act Section 273, to study homeowner costs from removing standard shore wall drawings, to confirm with the LCPWC's lawyer that shore wall regulations meet OBC standards, to consult with the LCPWC per the MARA Act 1986, respecting their autonomy, and to engage residents per Municipal Act Section 239 and assess property value impacts.
Okay. I think the only issue I'm seeing with that at this point in time, though, is this is Ramara wide now, right? We're talking about this is actually going to be a building code that everybody has to follow within the township. It's not just Lagoon City. So this is impacting everybody. So it isn't just about talking to the residents there or talking to the Lagoon City Parks and Waterway Commission. So I think that our staff has explored these avenues and I'm comfortable with it, but I'm not seeing an alternate. Do you have an alternate or amended motion you're suggesting?
I'd like to defer until there's consultation to pass a bylaw that we announced to the public at about 2:30 on Friday afternoon and put on the agenda on 9:30 Monday morning. Absolutely repeats what we did, and we've been in court for I think 5-6 years now because of it. It definitely bad faith. I will not support any change to this bylaw. you're
You have a
making a
seconder.
decision for an entire community. My property value, my neighbor's property values, it's in it, and then it isn't just about my value. It ultimately is about the value and the economic stability of the most densely populated part of Ramara Township. This is coming with there's no legal opinion here. No disrespect, but you're not a lawyer or a subject matter expert. I don't think. where
I
the
would,
law is
well,
concerned.
stop. We're gonna stop there. So do we have a seconder for your motion?
Can I make a comment?
No, I'm just gonna ask for a second, because if we don't, we're gonna vote on the initial motion. Okay, so back to the original motion. Can we have it up and, oh,
Yeah, I would like to make another.
we didn't have a seconder, so it didn't go. So back to the original. So if you have a second,
Yeah, I would
then
like to
please.
just defer this until I have more time to look into it without any conditions that we mentioned by Councilor Bell. I would just like to defer this. It's a lot of information. I have to understand how it's going to affect some of the river properties up in the black and the green. And I'm just not sure. I have not heard anything about shore walls and a cap for months and months and months. So obviously there's been some development in the discussion, and I just have to catch up. Okay, I just like to get more time to look at this. But that would be my motion if I have a seconder.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councilor Tu, you seconder? Or you
Yes,
have-
I'd like to second to also just comment that there is kind of an onerous process already for people on the river who do want to do shore walls. So yeah, I'd be interested in sort of knowing what the full impact is.
So when you guys, are you guys looking for some kind of an outreach? Because I mean.
No, I just want to have time to read
Yeah.
all the old stuff and all the new stuff. And is there anything?
Leave it on. Leave it on.
Sorry, are we risking, is this time sensitive?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Chair, certainly what needs to ultimately be understood is that this is the decision of the interim chief building official as it pertains to the interpretation of shore walls. The matter of amending 2017-2025, you're amending that bylaw to ultimately require a certain area of the township to install shore walls, which you have done for many years. So that particular bylaw is geared strictly to Lagoon City. That bylaw, as proposed, the amendment would simply be to require the installation. How they're installed will be in accordance with the building code legislation. So Ms. Clark has consulted with the township legal team on this particular issue with a lens of the Healy decision. And she has been advised that this is a direction that is absolutely a legal direction moving forward. So moving forward, the building team of the township will be interpreting these walls in accordance with the building code. The difference that we see throughout the township will be any person who decides to build a shore wall shall do so in accordance with the building code legislation. Ms. Clark and her team are not going out to require, we are not requiring the rest of the township to actively install shore walls. It's when they do install a shore wall, they will be required to install it in conjunction with the building code legislation. So just so that we're abundantly clear, the only mandated area will be the Lagoon City area, which has historically been the way because the township owns the canal and so on. Throughout the rest of the community, if you live on waterfront and you decide to build a shore wall, you shall do so in accordance with the building code legislation and you shall be required to obtain a permit.
Okay.
So just to provide a little bit further clarity in that, I'm not sure
Thank
if
you.
Ms. Clark had anything further to add, if we could ask her.
Ms. Clark, do you have anything to add?
Essentially, yeah. So as per the act, it's the chief building official's interpretation of the building code, and we do interpret shore walls being retaining walls. They will require permits moving forward by the building code, and the municipal bylaw is not applicable law to the building code act. So I cannot enforce the municipal bylaw.
Okay. Councillor Bellman, Councillor Goff.
Sorry, so there's certainly a difference between a garden retaining wall between my property and the dude next door, which is a 3-foot wall, and 28 foot to refusal, 14 piles, 28 foot to refusal. So we're talking about a structure that has to withstand the lateral forces. You're not talking about a retaining wall that holds his soil from leaking over the edge and spilling onto my property, which is one thing. But the Ramara Act is very clear that the Lagoon City Parks and Waterways Commission is to determine how shore walls are constructed. So to declare it a retaining wall so that you have the opportunity to put a permitting process in place is one issue, but then to talk about any of the other issues with regard to what the aesthetic looks like, that's up to the Parks and Waterways Commission, not the township and not the chief building officer, according to the Ramara Act. And so right now you are saying to us that you spoke to a lawyer, but I would like to see the lawyer in the room. I would like to see the Lagoon City Parks and Waterways Commission lawyer in the room. And I would like to know that there is a legal decision being made that I can look at the lawyer and ask questions, but moreover, that the community whose properties are going to be impacted can ask the questions. This has been 6 years at least at this point, unresolved. And to come 6 years later and 48 hours and say, we're going to change the face of Lagoon City forever when we start having people elect to put skids as scrap material up as a fascia for their shore wall, or paint them pink, or all of the things that any other standardized approach would look like. So in a condo, for example, you can't paint your door bright red when everybody else's is brown. You can't have a pink roof when everybody else's is purple. It's the same principle, and it was always there to maintain the aesthetics of the property. However, that's not the only reason it's there. And this has been at discussion more than one time in the last 6 years. There is a structural component and element to the concrete cap and fascia. And I really don't care whether it's used or not used from a personal perspective. But I do care what happens to the community overall and to the economic stability of the community, to the ability of the community to retain its property values. And also, the longer that we keep doing this, and now we're sitting here, we were $144,000 6 years later. The cost to implement a shore wall has risen astronomically, and we're going to solve it in 48 hours without even talking to the community that's most impacted is just absolutely categorically wrong.
Thank you. Wait.
I want a deferral, but I don't want a deferral and then so that we can go home and phone our neighbor. I want a deferral so that we can have a proper legal opinion.
Okay. So now that you had the clarification from our building department, do you still want a deferral? Councilor Snatch?
Yes, I want to defer.
Okay.
Sorry. Yes, I would like to defer this. I think there's some issues that should be looked into.
Councilor Goff.
Through the chair to Ms. Clark. I don't know the building code well enough to know. You heard Councillor Bell say about doubted refusal. Is that still covered under the building code? Or is it just, your engineer says, oh yeah, you can use matchsticks to go down 4 feet under the water and
No, so through the chair. So as a designated structure for a retaining wall, it would be designed by a professional engineer and as well as reviewed by and inspected by that structural engineer. The reason why it's a designated structure is because it is designed specifically for what it's for, which is retaining the soil and ensuring that structural stability. So all of those things will be incorporated. It just will not have the aesthetics that are under the old shore wall bylaw specific to Lagoon City. Everywhere else will be just to the building code. Yeah. So, and I don't know if I can add. So the Ramara Act, which we were just discussing, was in 1986 when it was passed, and it designated the Lagoon City to put this authority in place. But you have to remember that was before OREG 40397, which came out to then encompass retaining walls in the Building Code Act. So it was a means to fill a void for that time being. again, it's the interpretation of the chief building official, meaning we will be issuing building permits for shore walls moving forward. It's just whether or not you want to amend or revoke or leave the current municipal shore wall bylaw in place. But it will not be enforced by the building department as part of the approval.
Okay. Councillor Snatch. Councillor Two.
Previous, I'd like to know the consequences if I don't get a seconder for the deferral, and let's say that goes 3-3, so that doesn't pass, then we go back to pushing the original one, which votes will probably stay the same, which is 3-3. Does that mean that this won't be discussed again? I mean, are we risking something here by?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if I may, hopefully try to address that question. So yes, you're in a situation. If it's a 3-3, then it's a lost vote. So any motion that you put forward will be lost. What Ms. Clark has said to you today is that moving forward, her interpretation as the chief building official is that any shore wall is deemed a retaining wall, and she shall administer the building code legislation. That is a matter of the chief building official's right and her obligation as the chief building official for the township.
Thank you for the clarification.
I guess
Just one second. I think I just want to, we're moving forward with this. This is her job too. She is the subject matter. And regardless of how we vote, I think it's a matter of voting whether all shore walls, including Lagoon City, are included in this. Is that what we're, no. So you're just moving forward with this regardless.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I want to make sure that we're really clear on this. The township, in accordance with the Ramara Act back in 1986, had a regime for shore walls in Lagoon City. And that regime required, I gather, a permit process, had some aesthetic elements to it, had some general criteria, and ultimately had the commission manage the process. And so what this proposal is with respect to 2017-25 is that there still be a requirement for folks in Lagoon City area to install shore wall / retaining walls. So that's what ultimately that 2017 bylaw will look like moving forward. The mechanism and how they do so is also referenced in that bylaw that indicates it shall be done in accordance with the building code legislation. So the 2017 bylaw simply says any person who resides, I don't have it in front of you, any person who resides in this area shall ensure that there is a shore wall. So I believe that there are some properties right now that do not have shore walls. And ultimately, that is the legislation that enables us to enforce the requirement to install a shore wall in Lagoon City. Throughout the township, if you reside on the river, if you reside on Lake Simcoe, if you reside on Lake Couchiching, if you decide to put a retaining wall up / shore wall, if you decide, you are not being mandated, if you decide, you shall do so in accordance with the Building Code Act, which will require you to get a permit. Right now, community members that live on the waterfront area, if they do decide to put in a shore wall, they have to get a permit through Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority, and they have to do so in accordance with the Ministry of Natural Resources. What they will be required to do moving forward is also get a building permit in accordance with the building code legislation.
Okay, Councillor Snatch.
Okay, so just a question. I have never, sorry, Ms. Jackson. I have never heard of us trying to take this shore wall issue outside of Lagoon City. And my whole ward is from north of Ramara all the way to Washego, and almost everybody's got water, except for up in the Ramona area. So I guess my question is, what brought this on? What made us think that we had to do something? Because we're not even under the Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority on Couchiching. We don't have to go through that procedure. So what brought on and who requested that we now need permits and everything for shore walls?
So I can answer that through the chair. So what brought it on was I started researching shore walls and retaining walls to help look at the Lagoon City aspect of it. However, in my research of that, most municipalities, certainly north of here, all of them north that I spoke to, do require permits for shore walls if it meets the criteria under the OBC for 1335. So as my job as the chief building official, that is my interpretation. Now that I'm aware of that, we begin to enforce that. So that's ultimately what's happening.
Okay, and the last thing, then, so the only thing that I think is confusing here is I think the real issue here is the cosmetics. Okay, and what I'm seeing right now is that we had a huge, which caused this whole court fight, was whether it needs a concrete slab or not. Where that stood, and after all the decisions came down, there still seems to me that there are council members who want the concrete. I've made it perfectly clear that that is not an issue that's important to me. But it seems like there are some councillors who are still caught up on having a concrete facing, and still councillors who are caught up on not having a concrete facing. And that's what I'm worried about, is we make a quick decision and then we figure out that there are all sorts of issues that we haven't gone about it right. So I don't know what I can do with Keith, but not, I would like to ask for a seconder.
You have a seconder. Councillor Chi.
Okay, good.
You already have seconder. So you're good. I think it's just also a matter of, I think when it comes down to it, when our chief building inspector says this is the way it's supposed to be done by code, I don't think there's anything wrong with asking people to build their retaining walls anywhere in a township by code. I think that's fair. I think that's
Lagoon City cosmetic thing.
but the cosmetic thing has nothing to do with the building officials. They don't care about cosmetic. You put purple siding on your house or green siding or
no, but right now, if we put this through, Councillor Bell is right that everybody will be able to do their own shore wall and their own design, I believe, interrupt me if I'm wrong, and make it whatever color they want and whatever building materials they want, as long as it passes the Ontario Building Code.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Ms. Clark doesn't have any legislation specifically that would enable her to enforce the aesthetics of a shore wall. They must be engineered, and they must do what the purpose is required. So her way of enforcing will be in accordance with the building code, but she does not have the ability to say that the shore wall, the retaining wall shall be any color or any material. Ultimately, it has to be as per the engineered drawings, and I'll just get her to confirm that that's correct. But before I do, if I can, because I need to clarify, in fairness, through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Snutch, the requirement for a permit from Lake Simcoe is for Lake Simcoe only. So any residents that are on Lake Couchiching and or on the river areas, they do not require a Lake Simcoe permit. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear.
Actually, to clarify, it actually extends into Lake Couchiching by about 2 miles.
Oh, does it?
But
Fair
that's
enough.
it. So there is, it's not all Lake Couchiching, but it's 95%. It's not clear. Okay.
Okay.
Councillor Fisher, Councillor Bell, and Councillor Tuya.
So I just want to make sure I understand, and maybe this might be able to shed some light, or maybe I'm just muddying up the waters. By identifying these structures as retaining walls, it gives the building department a mechanism to provide permits, albeit the building code will not allow colors, materials, caps, whatever. However, the MARA Act provides whether or not they are suitable, and the LCPWC would then have the ability to say, no, we don't like that. Am I correct? Like, because we can't get rid of the MARA Act just on our own either. And the MARA Act allows, and I might be misspeaking, so Councillor Bell, if you can help me, that it's the Lagoon City Parks and Waterways essentially that determines. I don't know, I'm seeing nods and shakes.
That's what Madam Justice Healy seems to think. So, and that's what the Mayor Act says. So that's the third option that we haven't talked about yet.
Oh,
Sorry, there is some discrepancy on what that, I don't even know myself as a counselor, whether if someone's applying to rebuild their shore wall in Lagoon City now, if they need the concrete cap or they don't. Like, that's how confusing this whole issue has become. So maybe someone can ask me,
Ms. Clark, could you
do they need a concrete cap right now in Lagoon City if we don't pass this?
With my interpretation, no,
No, okay.
because they would need a
So
building
we're not
permit.
changing anything. There's no requirement for concrete slab and there's no requirement going forward for a concrete slab.
So the municipal bylaws cannot override provincial legislations unless they are listed as applicable law under the Building Code Act. None of these municipal bylaws are applicable law to the building code. So if someone came in today and applied for a shore wall permit in Lagoon City via building permit, which is now going to be the mechanism for approval, we would issue that permit and disregard the current shore wall bylaw.
Okay, so Councillor Bell, then Councillor Tu.
So yes, the Merit Act does exist. Yes, it is a private member's bill. And no, nobody in this room can quash the Merit Act. To do that, we would have to go to MPP Jill Dunlop and we would have to ask her to craft a different member's bill and take it to the House floor and find a way to get a different member's bill through. So as it stands today, and according to Madam Justice Healy and the Merit Act itself, the Lagoon City Parks and Waterways Commission determines what happens with shore walls. So if you want to say that the shore wall is a retaining wall so that you can put a building permit on it, great. If you want to say you can build it out of popcorn and matchsticks, as long as an engineer is willing to sign off on that, that's great too. But by removing the drawings, you're saying every single household now has to do a geotechnical and its own engineered drawing. So you're adding a cost of anywhere from $5,000 to $15,000 per household out of the gate. So there's options that we're not even talking about. But also I don't understand what we're doing right now. And because I don't understand it, I don't feel confident in what the real goal of the municipality is at this point. We have operated for 30 years without racing to put a retaining rules in place, retaining wall rules. I don't think we need to do that in 48 hours without the residents who are most impacted even being aware that it's happening likely. We've done this before. The minute we do it, we end up in court. And for good reason, because we're not supposed to be omnipotent sitting in here making decisions about people's homes and families without them being a part of the decisions that we're making. There's nothing saying that we can't have a retaining wall. And then we also have the Merit Act, which would implement the rules about how that retaining wall is finished. And we also have the ability to say, we have drawings, they're right here. You could use these, or you could go do your own soil samples and your own engineering. There's no need for us to race through this right now. We can consult. I met with some folks at the conference last weekend who are doing like a fiberglass and concrete, which is a different method of putting in pile. They're doing it for this kind of application. It would have lesser cost than a steel pile just by sheer weight, because you don't have to move a heavy pile somewhere. So I'm not opposed to different conversations and different viewpoints, but what I'm opposed to is rushing something through. We can't just sit here today and say, well, we're going to throw out bylaw 2017.25 with no notice to the public. That would be absolutely risking bad faith. I mean, you just can't do that. And conversely, you can't just take away those schedules and then say to people, we just added $5,000 to $15,000 to your cost, and we didn't ask you what you thought about that. So it is a deferral. I agree, but it's also a deferral with more information. We need information, and we need a lawyer to tell us how does the Merit Act work then if it's a retaining wall, and that's what the Ontario Building Code says now in 25 versus 1986. I get it. It's old. The member's bill is old. We all know that, but we still have to find a way to interpret it and have it move forward and not impact the property values, not impact the economic stability of the community. And as far as there are some properties that don't have shore walls, that's absolutely true. Those are ones that the municipality didn't have those people build for the last 30 years. Because the minute the property changed hands, it was meant to be built.
We're on time restraint, so I got to move
So
on.
we've
Councillor Bell,
created a lot of our own problem. We're not going to fix it by pushing something through in 48 hours. All we're going to do is make it worse.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tu, you first. She's been waiting. Councillor Goff.
Thank you. Just a few quick questions for you, if that's okay. How much would a permit cost?
So currently a permit for retaining wall is $195.
Okay, thank you. Can I continue? I've got two more. The MNRF has a streamlined process for flood-prone areas. Would similar consideration apply with the township permits?
So through the chair, so how it would work is that you would have to get, depending on what body of water you're in, whether you need like Simcoe Conservation or MNR if you're not in like Simcoe area.
Simcoe Conservation.
So you would get a work permit through the MNR, the Ministry of Forestries, and I would need that to accompany my building permit submission because it is applicable law, it's required. And we're maximum 10 business days, the same as any other building permit, residential building permit.
Thank you. Last question. Would maintenance or restoration on an existing shore wall be allowed, the repair and replace provision that the MNRF have via just an online registration, or would it also have to go through the township?
It would be the same. So if it's a structural repair, it would require a building permit, just the same as a new. And then the other aspect of that would be enforceable if it was unsafe for us to enforce and make sure it was repaired in that other regard.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Joe, last comment, then we got to put this to a vote.
Question is through the chair to our CAO. Is this something that needs to be done today? Is it time sensitive? What are the ramifications if it is deferred until September?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, as indicated by the interim chief building official, this is her interpretation moving forward. So if there is a resident within the township that is going to be building a shore wall / retaining wall that is directly connected to public property, they shall have a building permit. They will require a building permit. The aesthetics and the overall maintenance and requirement of shore walls to be built in Lagoon City. Certainly, if council wants to look at different avenues, either through property standards or some other mechanism to require there to be some kind of specific aesthetics in a certain area, certainly we could look at that further. But the issue is that the building code process does not allow there to be any kind of aesthetic requirement. So that is the issue that we are dealing with, Mr. Deputy Mayor, is that moving forward, there is going to be a new interpretation of the building code legislation, and residents will be required when they do build their shore walls to obtain a building code or building permit.
So that isn't up for vote. That's not what council is voting on right now, right? So
Correct.
We are or we aren't?
No, sorry, that is not what council is voting on.
Thank you.
Essentially, we're asking
That's already
council
being
to
implemented,
support.
regardless of what council feels. That's part of the building code. We can't overrule that. That's what's happening. It's going to happen. Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. And so I don't know why you tied a change to Ontario's building code and you are continually using the word interpretation. So you're talking about an interpretation of the building code. You're not talking about a legal opinion about what the building code is. And then you're tying that uncertainty to the Lagoon City shore wall bylaw. So first of all, the two things should be separated because they're not the same thing. So issue one is the interpretation of a retaining wall correct under Ontario's building code today? And that would be one thing that would be determined. And that is part of where we're sitting right now is, do we even know that? I can go read it too. And I believe probably, yes, it would be considered a retaining wall, but that's a separate item from bylaw 2017.25 as far as this particular staff report and these options that have been presented to council are either we have to repeal 2017.25 with no notice to residents, or we have to remove the drawings also with no notice to residents. So that is separate from how the interim chief building officer has interpreted the building code. So I don't know why we muddied the two, and I don't understand why we muddied the two. I don't know what it is the municipality is trying to achieve by muddying two different things. What I know is that a 6-year argument cannot end with 48 hours and no notice to residents. So I don't understand exactly what is trying to be achieved here. And frankly, I haven't had enough time to try to figure out what it is that's being done and why it's being done. So if I can have a direct answer to why you want to do this and why you want to force it through with no notice and no due diligence, then I will at least understand the why. But either way, I can't vote on either of these options the way that it sits right now. But I would like the respect of knowing what the municipality is trying to achieve. Why is it being rammed through with no notice and no consultation? I would like to know that.
Okay, I'm going to put this to a vote and just, I think we have a motion, amended motion to defer this. So all in favor of that deferral? All opposed? Okay. It's carried, it's deferred.
Through you, Mr.
Okay, so.
Through you,
do
Mr.
we-
Deputy
do we
Mayor,
need
if I
to-
can ask for a motion to go beyond 4:30 because we still have to deal with a bunch of items.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Are we going to put the motion up and read it, or do you want to just, want me to just say it?
Mr. Mayor or Mr. Deputy Mayor, the motion to go beyond 4:30 is actually a verbal motion. So it would simply be moved and seconded by
Moved by Councillor Goff, seconded by Councillor Snatch. All in favor? That is carried 100%.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, the next item on the agenda is 5.5, which is the flag use policy. And this is not time sensitive and perhaps a postponement until September 22nd.
Okay, let's ask to postpone that one then. Could somebody make that amendment? Okay, Councillor Fisher, second by Councillor Bell. All in favor? Great. We're going to take a 5-minute bio break. I've had that request if that's okay. Okay. So we'll come back at, by that clock, it is 16:30. 4:30.
Through the chair, do we have a mover and a seconder for the recess?
For that, Councillor Fisher, Councillor Tuyu, all in favor? It's carried. Thank you. We'll be done before 5. Sorry, Councilor Bell, what was that? Sorry. Okay. No. Okay, it's 4:30. We're going to come back. We're going to try and get through as much of this as we can. We're on 11.5.7. If we can put that motion on the floor and get it on the floor.
That report ID 2825 dated August 19th, 2025, regarding road projects for 2025 be received. And that staff be directed to complete the approved slurry projects with the exception of Concession 7, Muley Point Road and Barnstable Road for an approximate savings of $395,000. And that staff be directed to complete the approved asphalt projects with the exception of McRae Park Road from Muley Point Road to Glencoe Beach Road, Ramara Road 46, and Lakeshore Drive for an approximate savings of $1,322,600. And that the report be referred to the August 25th, 2025 council agenda for same-day ratification.
Great, thank you. Someone put that on the floor for me, please. Councilor Fisher, seconded by Councilor Tuyu. Open that up for discussion. Just these two projects. Anybody? Go ahead, Councilor Tuyu.
Thank you. I saw towards the very end of the report that, so at Glencoe Beach Road still will be included. Okay, I wanted to ask on behalf of them because I know they're probably watching.
Okay.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Councilor Bell.
Thank you. This is a question through you to Ms. Pye, please. I was researching just about the road needs surveys to try to get an understanding of how much they cost, how long they take, that kind of thing. I don't think we have one in process, at least as far as I know, council has never approved one. I know it was discussed a year or so ago. So first I'll confirm that. Do we have one in process?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have one in process. It was approved as part of the 2025 budget. And we had, I believe, $60,000 allocated for that.
Thank you. That's the part I couldn't remember because I wasn't sure if we did it as a standalone motion. And then I was like, I don't know if we did it in budget. So, okay. Because I think that's all I wanted to know. I think it's important. There's roads that have been dropped over and over and over again and in every community, not just locally to me. So when then will that be back in time before 26 budget decisions so that we know which roads to put in there? That's my first question. To you. And then I guess the second one is to the CAO. Now that the mayor can make the budget or does make the budget without council's input, I don't know how that works. So does he just determine which roads will get paved on your recommendation? I'm just trying to understand how the process works.
I think there's a process, right? I mean, we haven't evaluated and they're all rated.
Through you, yes. The roads needs study is currently underway. We did discuss these projects and what was the risk of taking or pausing some of these, as we've mentioned in the report, and our consultants agreed with us on these. We are expecting that we will have maybe not the final report, but we'll have enough of preliminary data that we'll be able to have a solid list to go forward with 2026 budget deliberations. And in regards to that, there is a process for the budget process that we will be going through. The budget will be shown to the mayor at the end of September, and we go through there.
Great. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All in favor? That's carried. All right, jump around a little bit here. So we're actually going to go to a consent agenda at this point. I guess we have to have motion to rise, right? So motion to rise from committee of the whole. Reconvene to council.
That the recommendations of committee of the whole be referred to the next regular meeting of council to be held on September 22nd, 2025, with the exception of the following items, which shall be referred to the consent agenda later today. 11.1.1, potential litigation matter, legal advice, counselor. 11.1.3, ASE agreement and staffing matter. 11.1.4, financial information for the Ontario Clean Water Agency. 11.1.5, 4291 Orkney Beach Road expropriation. 11.4.1, Ice Storm 2025, motions 1A, 1B, and 2. 11.5.6, renewal of contract with the Ontario Clean Water Association. And 11.5.7, road projects for 2025. And that committee of the whole rise and council be reconvened at 4:36 p.m.
Okay, so put on favor. Councilor Goff, seconded by
But I had to
Counselor
refuse
Fisher.
from part of it though. So can it just be one motion? even though-
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, this motion ultimately just pushes the matter for same-day ratification. It will be pulled for
At
each
council.
individual conflict.
Okay, so how do I do that next then? I'm just all in favor for this motion. So, okay, all in favor? That's carried.
That's just an extent of this.
That's the committee of the whole to rise. Yeah.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, mover and seconder, we just didn't
Yeah.
get that.
Movers, Counselor Fisher, Counselor Tuyu. It's been a day, Joe.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, just while staff. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we're just hearing from staff that it does appear that the Atura needs to be same-day ratification. So can we prepare a motion, please, that would ultimately include the Atura application as part of same-day ratification?
Sure. Can we get the motion put on the screen? Just it's been a little confusing, so everybody sees what it is.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, you'll just have to give us a quick moment for
Yeah.
that because that one had not been prepared. So
Of course.
depending on how quick Ms. Zanussi's fingers are, we'll have it on the screen.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Through the chair, so we have the motion ready, that the following item also be referred to the consent agenda later today. 11.5.3 Municipal Support Resolution Gamebridge Solar Project.
Okay, great. So mover, Counselor Goff, Counselor Snatch, all in favor? It's carried. That's added to it. Okay, moving into the consent agenda, is that correct? 12?
Yes, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if I just may have a moment of your indulgence, please. We have broken down the consent agenda into three categories: consent agenda A, consent agenda B, and consent agenda C. Consent agenda A will be any motions from your previous meeting. Okay, so you'll see under consent agenda A, the motion, there's only one motion from your July 21st.
Okay.
So we're going to deal with that first.
Okay.
And then your consent agenda B will deal with all the items from today so that it's very clear the items that are requiring same day ratification. So,
Okay.
and then I'll explain consent agenda C when we get there.
Sounds
So
good. If we can
consent
get A.
agenda A is as a result of the previous meeting. So over to you, Ms. Zanussi.
So through the chair, there is only one item on consent agenda A today, which is the municipal support resolution for the Guanajuato Giza Solar Project. Typically, we would take it one vote on consent agenda A and for all items, as there is only one. If you wish to discuss this separately, we'll just need to move it but as there's nothing else, we wouldn't do a vote on the consent agenda. We would just focus on this one item
Okay,
specifically.
that's fine. If somebody put that on the floor for me first. Counselor Goff, Counselor Bell. Counselor Bell, you have a comment or question?
Yeah, so if this is the motion that relates to votes on consent agenda A, then how come it's not on the agenda? That's where I'm struggling a little. It doesn't say that unless mine is just not updated or
May
something.
not be. The printed out one definitely has consent agenda A.
Yeah, it says consent agenda. There's no motion under it though.
Oh, there is here. It's 12.1.
Okay, so. Okay, so, sorry.
Through the chair. So on the agenda, we have 12.1.1, which is the sole item that is on consent agenda A. If we had multiple items, we would list them all out there, so you were aware of what's on consent agenda A. 12.2 is the vote on consent agenda A, so that would be the vote for all items that are listed. In this case, we only have one item. So it's if you would like to discuss that and do anything different for that one motion, then we'll just need to talk about that under 12.3. It's just a procedural item because we don't have any other items on the consent agenda A for today.
Okay. So any comments on this 12.1 or, yeah?
It's already been first and second, right?
Yes, it has. Yes.
My comment on this is, and I would like a deferral if I can get a seconder to support me on this.
And what's the reason for your deferral request?
It's complicated, but I need more time to try to figure it. We just approved municipal support for a solar farm in Cambridge. And that includes a $40,000 a year community benefit. These contracts are for 25 years, means we're getting about $1 million for that to help the community adjust to roads and everything else that could be wear and tear because of this. The current proposal in front of us for Ramara, and I really shouldn't be using names. I'll just say Project A and Project B. Project A being Cambridge, Project B being up in Fairgrounds area. But there's no community benefit. And with this is a process that a whole bunch of people are going to be bidding for the same contracts. And they have to come up with a price to say, if you give us approval, we're going to sell you this electricity for 20 cents a kilowatt or 40 cents a kilowatt. But the government's going to pick. And none of these could get chosen. One of them could get chosen. And if only one of them's getting chosen, I want it to be the one that pays us a $40,000 benefit every year so we can maybe put something back into the system for the residents that have to endure this. So until there's a community benefit negotiated, we shouldn't be given an advantage of one over the other. And if one guy doesn't have to pay the $40,000 a year and the other guy does have to pay the $40,000 a year, it's not fair and it's not the way to do business. So I like this deferred until there's an opportunity for the Fairgrounds project to come back and see how they're going to satisfy the community benefit, which is not a requirement of the municipality. It's a requirement of the provincial government to get accepted into these programs. So that is the reason for my deferral, is to give some time to get this renegotiated.
Yep, that's perfect. That's very well said. They have been asked and requested to make a comment on that, and they haven't come back to us with a community benefit. So I would agree with that deferral. I can't support something when they haven't come to the table with at least matched something similar to what the other party is.
Could I get a seconder?
Seconder on that? I thought you did.
Okay. Was it?
Oh, no, seconder on the deferral. Okay, Councillor Tugu.
Just a comment. They did offer the benefit of building a trail, and I don't know. But I don't want to say there was no community benefit. That's all. I don't think it's a fair, I don't want to be unfair.
Fair.
So they were going to build and then maintain that trail. So there's going to be an annual cost to maintaining that trail. We know that. And if it's 180, and I don't remember all the numbers exactly right this moment, but it's a substantial distance, this trail, my understanding is, and they were going to put the storyboards in, and then they were going to offer to do storyboards as well as about herbal medicines and things like that, as well as education about alternative sources of energy. So I just want to be clear. I don't think I want to say they didn't offer any.
No,
community
that's a
benefit.
fair comment, Councillor Bell. I think you're right. I think what we were looking at for is looking at what the community finds as a benefit. In that area, a walking trail around a field full of solar panels that have fence and barbed wire around them, and nobody in that area is interested. At least the people I've spoke to are not interested in that. And honestly, it becomes a liability. Because now all of a sudden you have all the dirt bikes side by sides of four-wheelers that are in our area, and those kids are going to find that to be a nice racetrack. So I really think they need to look at the community and talk to the community about what would make sense, or let us make that decision similar to the other group. But you're right, we have to negotiate that. They did come to the table. Councillor Snitch.
Also, at the open house that they have, there was only, I believe, the reports are all, I think they've even been handed out here. There was only like 4 people that was interested in a walking trail. Most of the people got 100 acres up there of their own property. There was another reason, though. There was a couple families who just bought homes on Fairground Road that are entertaining and going through some process with these people to see if they can satisfy some of their concerns. I think one was drainage and I think one was privacy. I'd like to give them some time to do that. I haven't heard back on it. So there's really 2 reasons for the deferral.
Okay. Councillor Fisher.
I believe if memory serves, and I think the reason also why we're ratifying the decision made earlier for Atura Power is that it is time sensitive. And they're not asking us to approve the project. They're asking for a support letter to put the application in to the province. And then at that time, should they be successful, should Atura be successful, should both of them be successful, at that time, it would then come back to council, but we're not even giving them the opportunity to get there. And the time is not left for them to say what would be the good benefits that the municipality would find. Outside of the $40,000 that the other company had offered, they had also discussed the increased property value and therefore the added assessment and therefore tax collected on that property, which is also a huge benefit because it would change the zoning from rural to commercial or industrial. So we also need to take into consideration that, and there were more things than just the trail that had been offered. They'd also talked about perhaps even taking care of that road. And I really encourage members of council to drive down Ramara Road Monk Road towards Seabright and find the solar farm, because you won't.
Okay, thank you. Any other, CAO Jackson.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, albeit I don't believe it was in the correspondence that they sent to council to advise council of the outcome of their open house. It was my understanding from the CEO from Aurelia Power that there was about $25,000 put away in their sort of performance statement that would cover the cost of maintaining that trail. That trail is a trail through their property, albeit they felt that that would be a community benefit and certainly interesting in terms of the Indigenous teachings and so on and so forth. It's not connected to our overall trail system. So certainly if they were to sort of reallocate that 25,000, but in keeping with the other application, which was 40,000 in their equivalent sized projects, I think they're both 25 megawatt projects. Certainly if council does postpone, then perhaps you may want to direct me to reach out to the organization to seek further clarification specifically on the value of their community benefit if you do choose to postpone.
I think that's a great idea, and that's maybe a good way to approach it, Jackson, because maybe if we tell them, I'm okay with an emergency meeting. If we have to call one for that one topic, we could zoom in for half an hour to make that approval if they need it in for a certain time for the application. So I think that might be a better approach. Councillor
Yeah, we make the mistake too often, I think, from not negotiating at the very beginning of what we're doing. Now is the time to ask for the community benefit before we give a letter of endorsement, because without that, they won't even have their application looked at. And I said, it doesn't matter who owns this. It doesn't matter if another country owned this. It's the fact that you got 2 competing bids going after the same funds, and we are giving one guy an advantage, which should not be correct.
Okay, Councillor. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Goff.
I know, David, you're saying now's the time. But this still has to come back to our council. If they are approved, they have to. They need a zoning bylaw change. Yes, it does.
Okay, just make your comments, Councillor Goff, and then we'll.
Yeah,
carry on.
that was my comment.
That was your comment?
There's
Okay.
still
Councillor-
time.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I think the only thing I want to say is, we're talking about our friend and neighbor whose property we wrap around. So we're not talking about a consortium of strangers and we don't know them and we don't know who they are or how they might react. And I feel like because it's Chippewas of Ramara First Nation as well, I think that there's the opportunity just for an honorable conversation where we can move this forward for them so that we don't hold them up. So move it forward today, but then also ask for direction for the CAO to reach out and say, the council is going to be looking for more information and maybe a bit of an uptake on that community benefits charge, but like not hold them up, because I think our relationship with Rama is key, and I want to maintain that good
Stop it there.
relationship.
Are you taping by chance, Maurice? Because you can't tape in here. You can't videotape. Thank you.
So yeah, yeah. I feel like I want to maintain that open door with Rama, and we've been working really hard to explore and build on that relationship. So I feel like if we move it forward and also reach out, I think they would. I'm hoping they would be quite amicable to saying, oh, if that's what the other project's doing, we can do the same.
Okay, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. Councillor Snudge, you said it best that you feel like we'd be giving one application a benefit over the other should we approve this one today. But I feel by approving the other one and not this one, then we're doing the exact same thing opposite. So I think that we've had two applications come forward and that we should offer support resolutions to both applications and let them fight it out at the province.
If I was the one that we approved earlier today, and I found out that you approved another solar application and there wasn't any need for a community benefit that's equal to $1 million over the course of 25 years, I'd be furious.
That was something that they had brought forward to us, not something that we had requested. So they had offered.
Okay. Yeah. Anyways.
Okay. I think that we'll just put this to a vote at this point. So who wants to defer? Opposed? Opposed to the front? Is defeated. Councillor to you, sorry. And you have to vote one way or another. Okay.
Opposed?
So it's 3 and 3. Opposed? 4-2, so it was defeated. So then on the original motion.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested by Councillor Snatch.
So I will read the motion and then we can go through the recorded vote if that works.
Thank you.
So that report BP 2825 regarding the request for municipal support resolution regarding Guanajuato Giza Solar LP for a 25 megawatt ground mount solar farm for proposal to the Ontario Independent Electricity System Operator at 1952 and 1992 Fairgrounds Road be received, and that council approve the municipal support resolution, and that the draft municipal support resolution be finalized and forwarded to the mayor and deputy mayor for signature. And a recorded vote has been requested. I'll start with Councillor Bell.
No, it starts with Councillor Snatch. Whoever requested it.
I'll start with Councillor Snatch.
Opposed?
Councillor Bell.
Is support, sorry.
Councillor Fisher.
In favor?
Councillor Goff.
In favor.
Councillor Tuyu.
In favor.
And Deputy Mayor Bell.
Opposed.
The motion is carried.
Okay. On to 13, consent agenda B.
Through the chair, consent agenda B contains the items that have been pulled for same day ratification. So we have them listed on the screen. These are the ones that were referenced earlier. What we will need to know now is which of these you would like to pull for separate discussion. So I have identified 2 to pull for separate discussion, which were the subject of declared conflicts of interest. So those would be 11.1.1, which is the potential litigation matter, legal advice regarding counselor, and the Ice Storm 2025 report motion 1B, which was to do with the Legion matter. If there are any other reports that you wish to discuss separately or have a separate recommendation for, then we would need to know at this time, so we can pull those out from the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anybody want anything else pulled out of there for separate vote? Okay. So can we first, I guess we'll go with 11.1.1.
Through the chair. So first we will introduce these items that are not being pulled. So we'll have one motion. So we'll read that now.
Okay, sounds good.
So that council adopt the recommendations as set out on consent agenda B, reports from the current meeting for the regular meeting of council held on Monday, August 25th, 2025, with the exception of the following items, which shall be introduced separately. 11.1.1, report AD 1925 regarding potential litigation matter legal advice, councillor. 11.4.1, Ice Storm 2025, motion 1B. So we'll need a mover and a seconder for
I
that.
have a mover, Councillor Goff, Councillor Fisher, all in favor? That's carried.
Through the chair, so now dealing with the two items that have been pulled for separate discussion. So the first item is that report AD 1925 dated August 22nd, 2025 regarding potential litigation matter legal advice, councillor, be received and the confidential direction provided to staff be adopted, and that the report be referred to the August 25th, 2025 council agenda for same day ratification.
Okay, someone put that on the floor for me. Councillor Fisher, Councillor Tuyu, all in favor? All opposed? It's carried.
And through the chair, so our next item is motion 1B, which was related to the Ice Storm 2025 report. So this is that the mayor, on behalf of council and the Municipal Emergency Control Group, be authorized to send correspondence to the Breckin-Mara Legion Branch number 488, thanking them for their contributions during the 2025 ice storm state of emergency, and advising the township's previous reimbursement of $1,719.90 may be internally applied toward food costs, while encouraging the Legion to apply to the Business Ice Storm Assistance BISA program or seek other funding opportunities for propane-related expenses. And that the township provide an additional $769.10 to the Breckin-Mara Legion Branch number 488, funded from the disaster relief account to put towards food expenditures from the 2025 ice storm state of emergency. And that staff be directed to assist the Breckin-Mara Legion Branch 488 to apply to the Business Ice Storm Assistance BISA program for eligible costs. And that the resolution be referred to the August 25th, 2025 council agenda for same day ratification.
Okay, put it on the floor. Councillor Goff, Councillor Bell. Any questions or concerns? All in favor? That is carried. Now we'll go into consent agenda C. Does anybody want any of these pulled out of this consent agenda? Because we'd like to just formulate one motion to carry them all. So if there's anything here, please let me know now. Otherwise, we're going to make a motion up to approve them all.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we are going to suggest that this entire consent agenda C could be deferred or postponed until the September 22nd agenda, depending on if folks would like to stay and deal with it, that's fine, but it could be something that could be deferred.
Okay. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Can I just ask that I'm just looking for the number, but the one related to, sorry, bear with me, I don't know what order they're in. 14.1.8, that we could just talk about that one. I don't think anything else, although there's a grant application in one of these, and I don't know the timeline of it.
Okay, so which one is the one that you wanted to discuss? 11, if that's the Simcoe Muskoka Health District?
Yes. And then I don't know what the timeline on the grant.
That's something you feel we need to talk about today, not for.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
Okay. Then we'll pull that. We'll put it on the table. Do you have a seconder? Well, I guess we're going to need a seconder. We got to put it on the table though. Do we have a motion for that?
So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if I can, we would look to postpone all other matters on the consent agenda C to September 22nd, with the exception of 1418. And we're just waiting to know which other one.
Yeah, it was the water stream that I wanted to be able to talk about, but I mean, it's just for discussion, but
Sorry, can it wait till September 22nd though? Is this something that has to be urgently done today?
I mean, I guess the question is the tender signed or not signed? So it depends on that. So I mean,
CEO Jackson, can you, is there some kind of a contract that will be signed before we have an opportunity to discuss this funding? Or is there a
Through
deadline?
you,
for
Deputy Mayor, perhaps just a little clarification on what funding we're talking about. Is it the accessibility funding? Is
So
it?
safety.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's the health and safety water stream fund.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, if it is with respect to the health and safety water stream, is that the one? Yes. So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that has been actually applied for, and we're waiting a response on our application. So if that's the one that the councillor is looking for, that has been applied for, and we are awaiting response from the province.
Okay.
And the question is the tender signed or not signed? Because residents have been told two different things from a number of people. And so right now, the people of the Ramara Sewer Servicing Project are not being given any assistance.
Sorry.
And it's because, it does matter, like, and it matters.
That
right?
isn't the topic that's on. the
Right, but
table.
it would be if it's on the table. So that's why I need to know if it's tendered or not tendered.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that matter has been tendered, awarded, and is starting construction, I believe, this week. Signs going up in test pits. So that particular project is moving full speed ahead and has nothing to do with the specifics of that grant.
Okay. All right, so we just had the one that we had to pull.
Sure. It doesn't really matter anyway, because you're all going to do what you want to the people of Brecken and Lagoon City area. So I mean,
Those
that's the
comments
way it
are
rolls.
required of this. Let's keep it professional.
Yes, I'd like to pull the item I asked to have pulled related to the substance use.
Okay. So that was 14.1.8, I believe. Okay.
So through the chair, I have the motion that the recommendations as set out on consent agenda C, correspondence for the regular meeting of council held on Monday, August 25th, 2025, be postponed until September 22nd, 2025, with the exception of the following item, which shall be introduced separately today. 14.1.8, Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit correspondence dated August 5th, 2025, regarding a drug alert.
Okay, so put that on the floor for me, please. Councillor Fisher, Councillor Snatch. Any discussions or questions on this? Would you want to comment?
Thank you. My comment is that to place an alert when there is a substance on the street that is taking lives on a CIP to be distributed 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks later defeats the entire purpose of the alert being put out by Simcoe Muskoka Health. And it really is about saving lives. And so I'm requesting that whenever Simcoe Muskoka places an alert like this, it be shared on our social media immediately, or as immediately as we can. I know we're not sitting there watching Facebook or Twitter or whatever, but I think these don't belong on CIPs because that was August 5th. It's August 25th. 20 days later, if it was going to kill people, it already did. So it's absolutely, it doesn't make any sense to put it on a CIP. So I'm just requesting that we can please post these in a timely fashion so that we can hopefully save some lives.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if we could actually have a call the question on the motion with respect to postponing all other items except for that one, then we can document whether that's carried or not. So just a question on that motion.
So we did carry that, did we not? We didn't,
No, we did not.
for all the other ones except for this one?
Yes, yes.
We
So
did
the
vote.
postponement motion, so the motion that you had before, which was to postpone all items on consent C
Yeah.
to September 22nd, with the exception of the one item. So we just
Yeah.
need that to be carried. We had a mover and a seconder.
It was carried. It was Counselor Fisher and Counselor Snatch. Okay, all
We
in
did.
favor?
Great.
That's it.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. The item that was specifically pulled is with respect to the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit, and Ms. Sanusi has that motion.
That the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit correspondence dated August 5th, 2025 regarding a drug alert be received as information.
Okay, so I put that on the floor for me, please. Counselor Fisher, Counselor Tuyo, all in favor?
So it's with, I'm asking for an amendment that it be received and that the procedure moving forward is that when those alerts come out, they're posted in as timely a fashion as they're received
Okay.
as possible.
Do you have a seconder for that motion? Seconder, Counselor Fisher. Okay, on the amendment. Till it's up there.
Please, Councillor Bell, would you mind just repeating the motion that you had wanted for the amendment, the wording?
And that when correspondence from the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit is received regarding drug alerts, that it be communicated in as timely a fashion as is able upon its receipt. Yeah. Yeah, to be treated as an alert, really.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Mr. Campbell.
Sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor. Just if the counselor could clarify what procedure you're looking for. Are you looking for just social media or are you looking for the CIP specifically?
I don't think there's any point in putting them on a CIP because when they come out, whatever's hit the street, it's sold in a 24 or 48-hour time period. It has a shelf life. It's meant to save lives. It's meant to be immediate. So it's just, as soon as it comes out from Simcoe Muskoka, we should also be posting it as quickly as we can. So it could be a news and notice. It could be social media, any of the channels that you would normally use if it's a boil water or a beach closure or whatever's needed to make sure that it goes out into the public as quickly as possible. Because that's the whole point, is that it means it's been cut with something and it's killing people.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So ultimately, it would be sharing the alert that's coming from Simcoe Muskoka Health Unit Communications. So Ms. Galvanock would share that information as soon as she receives it. I do think that there's still value that we place it on our CIP. So it is certainly out there as an additional opportunity in case somebody didn't see the social media. There's a lot of people out there that do not have social media but certainly would access perhaps our website to garner information about the township. So continue to be on the CIP, but perhaps share social media once we receive it.
Okay, Councilor Bell, you good with that? Okay, all in favor on the amendment? That's carried.
And now, Mr. Mayor, just the main motion as amended, please.
Okay, you have it there. Oh, you just. I appreciate you. We gotta wait for it to be read.
So that the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit correspondence dated August 5th, 2025 regarding a drug alert be received as information. And that when correspondence from the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit is received regarding drug alerts, that it be communicated in as timely a fashion as possible on the township's communication channels.
Okay, so put that on the floor for me. Councilor Tuyu, Councilor Fisher. You had to give them some attention. All right, all in favor? Are any questions or concerns on this? I didn't think so. All in favor? It's carried.
Okay, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if I may, just in terms of the rest of the agenda, ultimately, I do believe that correspondence item number 15 is something that needs to be passed or considered by council today. Perhaps if I can through you to Councillor Fisher, is that correct? Yes. So if we can
Okay.
put that motion
Yeah,
on.
if we can get that up there.
So that Councillor Fisher be authorized to attend the Aurelia and Area Food Strategy Advisory Group as a Township of Ramara representative with expenses.
Okay. What expenses are you worried about incurring?
Just the meeting expenses, or if, it's hybrid meetings, so sometimes mileage, sometimes not.
Yep, that's fine. Okay. I didn't know if there was an annual you were going out to the keg or something every week, so I just wanted
No, I
to
don't like
need to
the
know.
pig, but maybe Red Lobster.
All right,
No,
all right.
not Red Lobster.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Goff. You just hold.
Can
his
I
hand up.
move it? It's
Councillor Bell.
mine.
All right, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Now we're going to bylaws 17.
Through you, Mr.
Oh,
Deputy
deputation,
Mayor, there are a few things, the deputation motions and the inquiry motion are the sort of last remaining direct motions. Are we looking to just postpone those to September 22nd? So basically items 16.3 to 16.6 be postponed to September 22nd.
Okay. So we're gonna push through the one on Fairgrounds in MacArthur, but we're gonna delay this one here. So we're going the other way on that.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, actually, that deputation motion is just receiving their deputation as information.
And it says support resolution.
We already passed that, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
I'm just
Yes.
reading it here as it stands. I just want to make
Oh,
sure.
it actually says request for be received as information. So it's actually referring to the deputation by Ryan and Atura Power, et cetera, et cetera. And their support resolution be received as information. Just
Okay,
as the
that's fine.
deputation.
So we want to defer those or just push them through? I think we
Yeah.
can just put them out.
Okay,
All right.
all right.
So let's put them up. And then we're going into the bylaws.
First is that the deputation by Ryan Dubé and Darius Sokol from Atura Power and Lucas Reinler from Bright Diamond Consulting regarding updated information about the proposed Gamebridge Solar Project and request for a municipal support resolution be received as information.
Okay, Senator for the floor, Councillor Goff, Councillor Bell. You got your hand up for a question or comment? Okay, go ahead.
So their request was for support resolution. I know that the motion says receive as information. But if their request was for a support resolution, we've already done that. All right, never mind.
All right, all in favor? That's carried.
Through the chair, the next motion is that the deputation by Tom St. Amant, Agnes Foros, and Sandra Germano regarding the Lone Birch Trail, Maple Trail, and Ridge Road wastewater project be received as information.
Okay. Councillor Goff, Councillor Bell, questions or concerns? All in favor? All in favor? That's carried. Okay, we're down to inquiry. There's no notice of motion, no council motions, notes previously given. 16.6 inquiry motion. This was moved by Councillor Goff and second by Councillor Fisher. I think we've had a request. I think we're going to defer this unless it's something urgent.
Well, I would like to get the report starting. It's asking for a staff report and seeing how we can move this forward.
Okay. Councillor Bell.
Sorry, I'm not sure what you're asking for because we've had a whole conversation about how you're not allowed to do a deputation, and then we brought that into open session, and then we said, no, we never involve ourselves in this. It's always up to staff. So I think you're asking for
I'm asking for
to come
staff
in and
to
do
direct
something.
a prepare a report because I've had residents since the ice storm in Bayshore Village, in Brecken, in Heritage Farms that use water as a backup for their cell pumps. And it's not many but I think they should have the opportunity to be able to.
Can you explain to me water as a backup? I guess I don't have a system.
Basically what they do, instead of having a generator to run their sub pump, they actually use water. Okay. And it works. So they always have water because being municipal water.
So they hook up their.
municipal
backup
water
pump to the water and the water goes through.
through and, right?
So if they're not paying for the water.
They pay for the water.
Okay.
So they are paying
Okay,
for the water.
I'm just gonna stick to procedure, guys. We're gonna have to put this on the floor first if we're gonna go ahead with this, and then we're gonna have to open it up for discussion. So if we can get this up on the screen, they want to go forward with this, so it's gonna be a little longer, guys, just so everybody knows we're gonna be a little bit.
Okay, so through the chair, moved by Councillor Goff, seconded by Councillor Fisher, that staff be directed to prepare a report on the feasibility of implementing a program to enable residents who use water as a backup to power sump pumps during electrical interruptions, to apply for a rebate on sewer charges in the case of prolonged electrical outages.
Okay, it's now on the floor. Use your mics and then we'll carry the discussion. Keep your comments, brief.
Yeah. So actually, as I was saying, I've had several residents bring it forth. They're okay with paying the water usage, but it's going into the ditch. Sub pumps going into the ditch. So they don't think it's fair that they have a sewer charge.
True. So my question, can I respond to that? It's just that, so you're asking the people that have generators to pay more for their sewage because somebody's got to pick up those costs, right? So you're going to spread more costs over the entire sewage base.
For people using the water pumps.
Using the water pumps.
Yeah.
It's
So you
just-
want to spread it out over all users.
It's not actually going into the sewer system.
Okay.
Right, but there's revenue going to be
They're
lost.
paying for the water.
There's revenue that's going to be lost in this, right?
Okay, we'll just make your comments and then we'll go carry Councilor Bell.
And I'm sure if
Councilor Bell has the floor right now.
Can I finish? I was gonna say, because if I've had 4 residents in Ward 4, I'm sure there's probably residents in Lagoon City that are using that option as well.
I understand that, but I think what Councilor Snutch is saying is that it's like subsidizing somebody who has a propane generator to back up their sump pump system. We're giving a benefit to one type of user because they're getting rid of the water and having to pay for that. We're now going to make everybody pay for their water. You know what I'm saying? So I think I'm just clarifying what Councilor Snutch was saying.
So really, we're just opening the same can of worms that's been on the table like forever, right? Because it doesn't matter whether it's a sump pump. If I have a property last summer whose water bill was just shy of $8,000 and it didn't go anywhere except for the lagoon. So you're just opening that same conversation. I'm not disagreeing with you, but the position that the municipality has taken is, hey man, we need that $4,000 in our pocket. So we don't really care whether the sewage went into the lagoon.
Ooh.
We're still going to charge you for it. That's how
That's an
we've done it.
accusation I don't think there's any proof of, and I don't think
No,
that's a
that's
fair
how we've
comment to
done
make.
it. I mean,
No,
you can
you
dress it
said that
however
this
you
is what the
like.
township believes, so we're not going to get into that. We're going to stick to facts and we're going to stick to the
Well, the
subject
fact is
matter.
the municipality collects that money even though you don't use the sewer. So you're asking for money to be collected even though the person's not using the sewer. So it's the exact same argument that we've had around this horseshoe for a long time. If I use water and then I've had a water leak wherever, my water leaves my house, it goes down my swale and into the lagoon, but I have to pay for it. So if you make this decision, I'm 100% with you because my people will be thrilled that they finally don't have to pay for sewer they didn't use. So, I mean, I'm all for it, but you're opening a much bigger conversation because if we don't charge for the out, then we don't charge for the out and we can't pick and choose when.
Thank you very much. Councilor Fisher.
I hear what everybody around the table is saying. I think this is a good opportunity since we now have new director of infrastructure to take a fresh set of eyes because the decisions that we had made before was under different staff. We've had a lot of changeover. So perhaps even just by supporting this motion, I seconded it, but even by supporting this motion, it might give us an opportunity to look at different policy changes for when things are going down the swale or otherwise where they're not ending up in sewer. Because I do remember conversations that if residents could prove that it's not going down in the sewer too. So I think this is a good example of that. So this might provide an opportunity for staff to create a report to us so that perhaps we can look at directing some policy around that, especially with the new set of eyes and somebody who is so very skilled in water and wastewater.
Okay. I would just like to make one quick comment that I don't necessarily think we should subsidize anybody's system, period. I think we're getting into dangerous water there and I can't support it. And the reason is if that's the system you chose to do, you understand that there's a cost to getting rid of that water if that's what you're doing. So for me, I can't support it.
Right, but this water is not going into the sewer system, so nobody's subsidizing it.
We're losing revenue.
Yeah.
Right.
Somebody's got to pay.
Yeah.
Nobody pays the difference because nobody's using the service. What we've been doing for years is charging somebody for a service they don't use. If water doesn't go in the sewer, you don't charge people for putting water in the sewer. But the municipality's position has been, yes, we do. We charge for you to use the sewer, even when you don't use the sewer. And this has been a conversation that started long before I ever ran for council. And so anytime my water goes down my swale and you charge me for sewer, it's wrong. And but so if that's, if we're going to do this report, I'm in agreement. Let's do this report, but let's change the language, because let's talk about policy. As Councillor Fisher is saying, what is our policy? If you don't use sewer, then you shouldn't pay for sewer. But our policy has been that we're going to just assume you use sewer, whether you did or didn't. So we're talking about a much wider policy decision. And so I will support you, but I would like you to amend, reword your motion so that it talks about a policy, a look at the policy, not specific to sump pumps, but just if I don't if I don't put it in the sewer, I don't pay to use the sewer.
Separate right now and do it as a one-off, and then it can be expanded.
That's fine. I'll call the vote now then. All in favor? All opposed? That's defeated. Bylaws 17.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, just in terms of time frame, we could do one of two things. We could do individual motions for each of the bylaws, or you could certainly do one motion to capture bylaws 2025-31 all the way through to 2025-36 in one motion. What would your preference be?
Any opposition to carrying these all in one motion and carrying them, or any that need to be pulled specifically, and then we could carry the rest? Councilor Bell.
I would just want to pull 17.1.
17.1. Okay.
So one motion ultimately to capture all except for 17.1.
Correct.
Is that okay?
So through the chair, that bill's number 2025.32, 2025.33, 2025.34, 2025.35, and 2025.36 be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed as bylaws.
Any clarification? Okay, is it going to impact our decision on this?
Yes.
Okay. And what is it?
Item 17.5. It says 2024.34.
They are reversed. 35 and 34 are reversed.
No,
at
but
the
it's
Zoom.
also 2024, not 2025.
Gotcha. Yeah. Good catch.
Duly noted, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and we certainly have captured that and we'll make that amendment.
In the amendment.
Thank you.
Thank
Sorry, I
very
didn't
much.
catch that earlier when we
Thank you
passed
for
the
that.
agenda.
Okay. So on that motion, somebody put on the floor for me. Councilor Goff, Councilor Tuyu, all in favor? That's carried. Now the one that was pulled, 17.1.
So that bill number 2025.31 being a bylaw to authorize an agreement with Wessex Inc. for the hauling of wastewater effluent from Bayshore Village to Lagoon City be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed as a bylaw. And through the chair, just for some context, so this was a resolution that was already passed by council to enter into this agreement. This bylaw is just a housekeeping item to further show the support for that agreement that was already given previously.
Okay, somebody put that on the floor for me, please. Councilor Fisher, Councilor Goff. Okay, open it up. Councilor Bell.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to make sure. Is this for the next round of hauling for 25-6, or is this the 24-5? Like, is this a new round of hauling?
No, this is for the existing contract that we have.
Right, okay. And then just because I'll oppose it, I oppose all of these until we find a solution for water and sewer. I oppose everything related to it. So I want a recorded vote.
So, okay, but clarification, Councilor Bell. So you think that we should stop hauling then?
I think we should find a solution to the problem. And until
No,
I see
I-
this council agree to find a solution for any of our water and sewer issues, I will oppose.
Well, we were working very hard on solutions for all of our systems, but I'm just curious, so then you think that we should leave it and ignore our order from the ministry to haul? Is that what you're thinking?
I didn't say we should ignore
you're
order from the
opposing the
ministry. I will
contract to hire.
oppose every single water and sewer matter until I see this council make a decision that we will look for solutions. And I have sat and watched this council make decisions like, well, we'll never invest in our capital, nail in our coffin,
Okay.
and those sorts of things. So
All right,
until
all
I
in
hear a
favor?
solution, I
All in
oppose.
favor? Okay, recorded vote by Counselor Bell, starting with Counselor Bell.
I oppose.
Well, they'll call it once they're ready.
Counselor Bell,
No, Mike, oppose. Thank you.
Counselor Fisher,
In favor?
Counselor Goff,
In favor.
Counselor Snatch,
In favor.
Counselor Tuyu,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
In favor.
The motion is carried. That bylaw 2025.51 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting held on the 25th day of August 2025 be considered read a first, second, and third time and finally passed.
Nineteen point one, that the council meeting of the Township of Ramara held on August 25th, 2025 be adjourned at 5:27 or 17:27. Some put that on the floor for me. Counselor Bell, seconded by Counselor Snatch. All in favor? Scary. One opposed, wants to stay here tonight.